Hey guys! Tonight we slip into the flickering candlelight of medieval times where being too pretty wasn't just a compliment. It was a gamble with your life. Picture yourself in a drafty stone castle, your reflection glinting in a polished bronze mirror. Your cheeks glow. Your hair catches the firelight and whispers, "Follow you like shadows." But here's the kicker. That radiant face might just get you accused of witchcraft or worse, make you a pawn in a noble's deadly game in this world. Beauty is a double-edged sword, and you probably won't survive this unscathed. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your city and local time. I love picturing where you're all drifting off from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in a bustling medieval village, the air thick with wood smoke and the tang of fresh bread. People stare as you pass, their eyes lingering a bit too long. Beauty in these times wasn't just rare, it was a signal. A spark that could light a fire of trouble. Let's be real, you're not just pretty, you're dangerously pretty. The kind of striking that makes old women mutter and young men trip over their own feet. But why was that a problem? Well, medieval society wasn't exactly chill about anything, least of all appearances. They believed looks were a message. From the heavens were somewhere much darker. A face too fair could mean God's favor. Sure, but it could also scream, "Deal with the devil." And trust me, nobody was throwing you a parade for that. Here's a solid fact: medieval Europe, especially from the 12th to 15th centuries, was obsessed with physical appearance. As a moral barometer, chronicles from the time like those of Geoffrey of Monmouth describe queens and noble women whose beauty was praised as proof of their virtue, but only if they played by the rules, step out of line, and that same face was evidence of sin now. For the quirky bit, some monks genuinely believed red hair or freckles were marks of a mischievous spirit, maybe even a curse. Imagine you've got a few freckles dusting your nose. Congrats. You're now the village's prime suspect for souring the milk. Historians still argue whether these beliefs were widespread or just the ramblings of a few grumpy clerics. But either way, your looks are already making waves. You're not just catching eyes, you're catching trouble. Envy was the real beast here. Say you're a merchant's daughter, your skin clear and your smile bright. The local lord's wife notices, and suddenly her own plain features feel like an insult. She's not baking you bread. She's whispering to her maids about how you're unnaturally lovely, probably up to no good, and don't even think about catching the Lord's eye. His attention could mean a quick trip to a convent or a dungeon, depending on his mood. It's like medieval Mean Girls, but with higher stakes and worse hygiene. Joke number one, you'd think they'd be too busy dodging the plague to care about your cheekbones. But nope, they've got priorities. The problem wasn't just gossip. Beauty could shift power dynamics, and in a world where power was everything that was dangerous, a stunning noble woman could sway alliances or start feuds just by existing. Think of Eleanor of Aquitaine. Her beauty was legendary, but it also made her a target for rivals who saw her as a threat. You, with your own radiant vibe, are walking a similar tightrope. Every compliment feels like a trap, every stare a calculation, even the inflation even. Village baker kneading dough with hands like ham hocks might overcharge you just because your face makes him feel inadequate. It's exhausting, and you're only one day into this medieval glow-up. Let's pause for a second. You're probably thinking, okay, but couldn't I just keep my head down? Sure, you could try, but in a tiny village or a crowded castle, anonymity isn't really a thing. Everyone knows. everyone, and your face is basically public property. Plus, medieval folks were pros at reading signs into everything. A clear complexion, maybe. You're blessed too. Clear. Okay, now you're suspicious. It's like they invented cancel culture before Twitter. Except instead of hashtags, they use pitchforks. Joke too. You'd probably trade that flawless skin for a good cloak to hide under. But cloaks don't come with a stop staring. Guarantee. By now, you're starting to feel the weight of those stares. You're not just a person. You're a symbol, a puzzle. Everyone's trying to solve, are you a saint, a sinner, or just really good at washing your face? Spoiler, they're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And as you trudge back to your thatched roof home, dodging a stray goat and a kid throwing mud, you can't help but wonder, how did something as simple as a pretty face become a survival challenge? Stick around, because this is just the beginning of your medieval beauty saga. You're back in the medieval grind. Your too pretty face still turning heads and raising eyebrows. Remember that village baker from last time? The one with hands like ham hocks? He's still overcharging you for bread, muttering about how your looks are trouble waiting to happen today. You're trudging through the muddy streets, cloak pulled tight, trying to dodge the stares. But in this world, beauty isn't just a personal problem. It's a public verdict. Society's got a rule book for what perfect looks like, and you're about to find out how unforgiving those pages are. Picture this. You're at the market bartering for some turnips when a gaggle of women nearby starts whispering. They're sizing you up, noting your smooth skin, your bright eyes, your hair that somehow stays glossy despite the lack of shampoo in medieval times. Perfect beauty wasn't about Instagram filters. It was a strict checklist. Fair skin because it proved you weren't toiling in the fields like a peasant. Symmetrical features because balance was seen as God's handiwork. And don't forget long flowing hair, preferably blonde since it screamed angelic to these folks. You check most of these boxes, but here's the catch. Hitting that ideal too, well, makes you a target. It's like acing a test. Everyone else failed, except the prize is suspicion instead of a gold star. Here's a straight-up historical fact. Medieval beauty standards were heavily influenced by medical texts, like those of Hildegard of Bingen, who linked physical appearance to humoral balance. Think blood phleg and bile. A radiant face meant your humors were in harmony, a sign of health and virtue but stray too far from average, and people got twitchy now for the quirky tidbit. Some believed that overly perfect features could be a trick of nature, like a changeling swapped by fairies. Got a flawless smile. Maybe you're not human at all? Historians still argue whether these fairy tales were just bedtime stories or a way to justify distrust of anyone. Too striking. But either way, your glow is starting to feel like a spotlight. You can't escape. You're trying to blend in, but the market's a minefield. A merchant's wife glares as her husband offers you an extra apple for free. You politely decline, because you know that free apple comes with rumors. Medieval society didn't just judge beauty, it policed it. Women especially were expected to be modest, not drawing attention with their looks. If you're too pretty, you're practically shouting, "Notice me." And that's a dangerous game. Men could be just as trapped. A handsome knight might charm the court, but if he's too dashing, he's a threat to the lord's ego joke. One you'd think they'd have bigger problems like inventing toothpaste. But no, they're writing poems about your cheekbones. The rules weren't just social, they were baked into law and custom. Sumptuary laws, for instance, dictated who could wear what. based on status, a merchant's daughter. Like you, no silk or bright dyes, no matter how pretty you are. Break those rules and you're not just vain, you're challenging the social order. Imagine you slip on a crimson shawl because it matches your eyes. Next thing you know, the local magistrate's finding you and the priest is preaching about pride. It's exhausting, like living in a world where your face needs a permit to exist, and don't even think about tweaking your look to fit in. Any attempt to enhance your beauty, like pinching your cheeks for a rosy flush, could be seen as deception. Joke too, you're basically committing fraud just by looking good. Who knew beauty needed a lawyer? Let's get real for a second. You're not vain, you're just existing. But in this era, existing with a face like yours is a full-time job. You're dodging the merchant's wife who's now spreading gossip about how you bewitched her husband with that smile. You're avoiding the local lord's son whose lingering glance feels like a storm cloud. Even the kids in the market tossing pebbles and giggling seem to sense you're different. It's not just about fitting the beauty ideal, it's about not overshooting it too perfect. And you're unnatural too, plain, and you're irrelevant. There's no winning, only surviving as you head home clutching your overpriced turnips. You can't help but feel the weight of those unwritten rules. Every step is a reminder. Your beauty isn't yours to enjoy. It's a currency, a weapon, a liability. And the worst part, you didn't choose this. You just woke up with this face and now you're navigating a world. That's decided it means something. The sun's dipping low, casting long shadows across the village, and you're already bracing for tomorrow's judgments. Beauty is supposed to be a gift. But here, it's starting to feel like a curse. You're still weaving through the medieval world. Your too pretty face, a magnet for whispers inside eyes. Remember that merchant's wife from the market, the one who thought your smile bewitched her husband. She's probably at home now, muttering over her stew. Convinced you're trouble today, you're slipping into a stone church, the air cool and heavy with incense, hoping for a moment of peace. But even here, your beauty isn't just a trait. It's a theological puzzle in this era. A face like yours could be a divine gift or a demonic trap. And everyone's got an opinion on which picture yourself kneeling on the worn floor, candlelight flickering across your features. The priest at the altar shoots you a glance, his brow furrowing. Medieval folks were obsessed with the idea that looks reflected the soul. A radiant face could mean God handcrafted you with extra care, like a walking billboard for heaven's favor. But if you're too striking, that same radiance might hint at darker forces. The devil, they believed, could disguise himself as an angel of light, and a gorgeous face was the perfect costume. You're just trying to pray, but your glow is practically a sermon topic. It's like your face is auditioning for sainthood and villain at the same time. Here's a grounded historical fact. Medieval theologians like Thomas Aquinas wrote extensively about beauty as a reflection of divine order, arguing that physical harmony mirrored God's creation. A balanced face was proof of a balanced soul. Great in theory, but tricky in practice now for the quirky bit. Some rural communities took this to extremes, believing that unusually beautiful people might be glamored by demons to tempt the righteous. Got eyes that sparkle a bit too much. Congrats. You're now starring in the village's next exorcism. Historians still argue whether these ideas were mainstream or just the paranoia of isolated towns. But either way, your presence in this church is stirring up more than just dust. You're trying to keep your head down, but the congregation's whispers follow you like flies. An old woman clutches her rosary, eyeing your clear skin as if it's a personal offense. A young man in the back stares, then blushes and looks away, probably worried he's already sinned. The problem isn't just that you're pretty, it's that your beauty feels like a challenge to their worldview. If God's so good, why give a merchant's daughter a face that outshines the nobility? If the devil's so sneaky, why not use you to sow chaos? It's exhausting, like being a riddle. Nobody wants to solve joke one. You trade those cheekbones for a boring face. If it meant you could pray without an audience, the church wasn't just a place of worship, it was a courtroom for appearances. Clerics often preached that beauty was a test, a temptation to vanity or lust. If you're aware of your looks, you're prideful. If others notice you're a stumbling block either way, you're in trouble. Imagine you adjust your headscarf trying to hide a stray lock of hair. The priest might see that as vanity, a sign you're flaunting God's gifts. But leave it loose, and you're tempting the menfolk. It's a lose-lose, like trying to win a chess game where all your pieces are pawns, and don't think men were immune. A handsome monk with your kind of charm could be accused of luring devotees away from prayer. Joke 2. At this rate, you're half expecting a no. Pretty people sign on the church door. Let's be real. You didn't ask for this cosmic debate. You just wanted to light a candle and maybe sneak a nap in the pews. But in this world, beauty is never neutral. It's a signal, a spark that could ignite awe or fear. The priest's sermon. Today is about humility, and you swear he's aiming it at you. His voice sharp when he talks about those who draw eyes from the Lord. You sink lower, you sink, wishing you could melt into the stone. Even the saints painted on the walls seem to judge you, their faded eyes following your every move. It's like the whole church is in on the gossip, and you're the main character in a story. You didn't write as you slip out into the twilight, the village square buzzing with evening chatter. You feel the weight of those sacred suspicions. Your beauty isn't just a social problem, it's a spiritual one. A question mark hanging over your soul. The stars are peeking out cold and distant, and you can't help but wonder, is it really your face that's the issue? Or is this world just too scared of anything that shines you? Pull your cloak tighter, bracing for tomorrow's scrutiny. Because in this medieval maze, peace is harder to find than a decent bath. You're still dodging the medieval spotlight, your too pretty face, a constant troublemaker. Remember that priest from the church? The one who seemed to aim his humility, sermon at you? His words are probably echoing in the village, now fueling gossip as you hurry through the market square today. You're caught in the crosshairs of envy, where beauty doesn't just spark admiration, it ignites rivalries that could burn your life to the ground. You're about to see how your looks stir up noble feuds, turning you into a pawn in a game you never signed up for. Imagine you're at a feast in the local Lord's Hall, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat and beeswax candles. You're there because your merchant father's got enough coin to rub elbows with the gentry. Your dress is modest, but your face, it's like a beacon in the smoky room. The Lord's wife, lady, Beatrice, notices every head that turns your way. Her own face, once praised in ballads, now carries the weight of years and childbirth. Your youth and glow feel like a personal slight, and she's not the forgiving type. You try to focus on your trencher of stew, but her icy stare is sharper than the dagger on her belt. Here's a solid historical fact. Medieval noblewomen like Eleanor of Provence in 13th century England often used their beauty to secure political alliances, but it also made them targets of envy from rivals. A stunning face could shift power, and that scared everyone now. For the quirky tidbit, some noble women resorted to bizarre beauty hacks like smearing bat blood on their skin to stay youthful. Imagine Lady Beatrice trying that, hoping to outshine you, only to smell like a crypt. Historians still argue whether envy drove more court intrigues than ambition. But one thing's clear: your presence at this feast is a spark in a powder keg. You're just trying to survive the night, but envy's a beast with claws. Lady, Beatrice leans over to her cousin, whispering something that makes the woman smirk. By the time the minstrels strike up a tune, the room's buzzing with rumors. They say your beauty is unnatural, that you must be using charms to steal attention. It's not just petty jealousy. Envy in this world could ruin you. If Beatrice convinces the Lord you're a threat, you might find yourself betrothed to a creepy old baron or packed off to a convent joke. One you'd rather face a dragon than these noble women's side eye. And dragons at least have better breath. The men aren't helping the Lord's son. A lanky youth with more confidence than charm keeps refilling your goblet, grinning like he's won a prize. His attention only makes things worse. Beatrice's envy isn't just about vanity, it's about power. If her son's smitten, you're a threat to her control over his future marriage, which could secure lands or alliances. You're not even flirting, just existing. But that's enough to make you a rival. It's like being punished for breathing too loudly. Except the penalty could be exile or worse. And don't think you can just leave. The Lord's invited your father to stay for trade talks, so you're stuck in this gilded snake pit. Let's be honest, you're exhausted. You're dodging Beatrix's glares. The son's clumsy advances, and the servants' whispers as they clear plates, even the other guests. Minor knights and their wives are picking sides. Some admire you, others resent you for making them feel plain. It's a social chessboard, and you're a pawn. Everyone wants to capture or crush Joke too. You'd trade your looks for a sack of turnips if it meant escaping this feast. But turnips don't come with an invisibility cloak. As the night drags on, you overhear a knight joking about how your beauty could start a war. He's half drunk, but he's not wrong. History's full of stories where a fair face sparked chaos. Think Helen of Troy, but with worse plumbing. You're no mythical queen, just a merchant's daughter. But the stakes feel just as high if Beatrix's envy fears. She might push the Lord to act against you. Maybe accuse you of something scandalous to justify banishment. Every smile you give, every glance you return, is a risk. You're walking a tightrope, and the fall could break you. You slip out to the courtyard, the cool night air, a relief after the hall's stifling tension. The stars glitter above, but they offer no answers. Your beauty, the thing that should have been a blessing, is a magnet for envy that could cost you everything. As you head back to your father's lodgings, the feast's laughter fading behind you, you brace for the next move in this dangerous game in this world. Being too pretty isn't just inconvenient. It's a battle you fight every day. You're still navigating the medieval maze, your too pretty face stirring trouble wherever you go. Remember that feast where Lady Beatrix's envy nearly scorched you alive. Her whispers are probably spreading like wildfire, now painting you as some kind of enchantress. Today you're back in the village trying to buy herbs from a market stall, but the air feels heavier. Your beauty isn't just sparking jealousy, it's teetering on the edge of something darker in this world. A flawless face could land you in the crosshairs of a witchcraft accusation, especially when cosmetics are involved. Picture yourself at the stall, the herbalist's gnarled hands sorting through bundles of lavender and chamomile. You're after something simple, maybe a salve for a scraped knee. But you notice her eyeing your cheeks. They're rosy, smooth, the kind of glow that doesn't come from a life of toil. You've never touched makeup, honest. But the herbalist mutters about unnatural beauty in medieval times. Cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were a tightrope walk between vanity and suspicion. A dab of ochre on your lips or a pinch of charcoal around your eyes could be read as a spell, a devil's trick to deceive honest folk. You're just standing there, but your face is already on trial. Here's a concrete historical fact. In the 14th century, figures like Christine d'Epinson warned against excessive adornment, noting that the church saw cosmetics as a gateway to sin. Enhancing beauty wasn't just frivolous. It was a moral failing that could invite divine wrath now for the quirky tidbit some women used concoctions like arsenic or lead-based powders to whiten their skin, risking death for a ghostly glow. Imagine smearing that on, hoping to look angelic, only to end up looking like a corpse. Historians still argue whether these practices were common or exaggerated by moralizing clerics. But one thing's clear. Your natural radiance is dangerous enough without adding potions to the mix you're trying to pay for the herbs, but the herbalist's questions get pointed. "How's your skin so fair?" she asks, her voice low like she's sniffing out a secret. You shrug, muttering something about clean water, but she's not buying it. The crowd around the stall starts to murmur, and you catch the word witch slipping from someone's lips. It's not just gossip. Now it's a spark that could ignite a mob in this era. Witchcraft. Accusations were a catch-all for anything unexplained, and a face too perfect was definitely unexplained. Joke 1. You'd laugh at the irony of being called a witch for washing your face. But pitchforks don't have a sense of humor. The danger's real if the herbalist spreads her suspicions. You could face a trial where evidence is as flimsy as a neighbor's grudge. Witchcraft wasn't just about spells. It was about power, and a beautiful woman had too much of it, even if she didn't want it. Say you'd tried a homemade lip stain, maybe crushed berries for a rosy tint. Innocent, right? Wrong that could be twisted into proof. You're brewing charms to ensnare men. Men weren't safe either. A charming minstrel with your kind of looks might be accused of bewitching the village girls. It's like beauty itself is a potion, and you're guilty just for carrying it. Joke 2. You're starting to think a sack over your head might be the safest fashion choice, but even that might look suspiciously chic. Let's pause. You're not scheming or flaunting, you're just trying to live. But in this world, every choice is a trap. Skip. Cosmetics and your natural beauty draws accusations. Use them, and you're handing your accusers a script. You glance at the herbalist, swears, spotting a jar of something labeled rose water. Tempting, but you know better. Even a harmless splash could be misread as a sorcerer's trick. The church didn't just frown on vanity. It weaponized at turning beauty aids into exhibits. A through Z, in a witch hunt, you're walking away empty-handed. Because even herbs feel risky now as you leave the market. The sun dipping low, you feel the weight of those whispers. The herbalist's stare follows you, and you overhear a child ask her mother if you're one of them. Witches? Your heart sinks. Beauty is supposed to be a gift. But here it's a fuse, and the spark's already lit. You pull your cloak tighter. The village's chatter fading behind you and brace for what's next in this medieval world. Looking too good isn't just a compliment. It's a charge you might not outrun. You're still threading through the medieval gauntlet. Your too pretty face, a lightning rod for trouble. Remember that. Herbalist from the market muttering about your unnatural glow. Her words are probably slithering through, the village now twisting your beauty into something sinister. Today, you're summoned to the Lord's court, a sprawling stone hall where power and danger dance a delicate waltz. Your merchant father's trade dealings have landed you here, but your looks are what make this gilded cage so treacherous. In the royal court, beauty isn't just noticed, it's a currency, a weapon and a trap. All at once. Picture yourself standing in the great hall, tapestries of hunting scenes looming overhead, the air sharp with wood smoke and intrigue. Nobles in velvet and fur whisper behind gloved hands, their eyes dissecting you, the Lord. A grizzled man with a hawkish stare sits on his carved throne, while his courtiers, knights, ladies, and scheming advisors circle like wolves, your face radiant. Even in the dim light, draws every gaze. You're not here to charm anyone, just to stand quietly while your father negotiates. But your beauty screaming louder than any herald. It's like walking into a room full of cats with a ball of yarn. You're not trying to cause chaos, but it's happening anyway. Here's a firm historical fact. Medieval courts, like that of Henry II's England, were hotbeds of political maneuvering, where beauty could elevate or destroy. A striking noble woman could secure favor or spark scandal, depending on how she played her cards. Now for the quirky tidbit, some courtiers used bizarre rituals like bathing in mare's milk to enhance their allure, hoping to outshine rivals. Imagine a lady splashing around in that, only to smell like a barnyard at the banquet. Historians still argue whether beauty's influence in courts was overstated by chroniclers or genuinely shaped power dynamics. But right now, your glow is definitely shifting the room's atmosphere. You're trying to blend into the shadows, but the court's a stage and you're the unwilling star, a young knight. All polished armor and swagger keeps glancing your way, his grin bold enough to start a duel. The Lord's daughter, Lady Clarice, notices and bristles her own carefully powdered face. No match for your natural shine. She's not just jealous. She's threatened your beauty could draw suitors away from her, weakening her marriage prospects, which are her family's ticket to more land or influence. It's not personal, but it's deadly serious, joke one. You'd rather be haggling over turnips than dodging these courtly daggers. But turnips don't come with a throne. The danger isn't just social, it's political. If the Lord himself takes an interest, you're in real trouble. His favor could mean gifts or protection, but it could also paint a target on your back. His wife, already suspicious of every pretty face, might push for your removal, maybe to a distant estate or a nunnery. And if you rebuff him, that's a whole other mess, like insulting a king who's holding your father's livelihood in his hands. You're caught in a web where every smile, every glance is a calculated risk. It's like playing chess with pieces that hate you. Joke 2. You're starting to think invisibility might be the ultimate courtly virtue, but cloaks don't cover charisma. Let's get real. You're exhausted standing there in your best wool dress, trying not to fidget. The court's glamour hides a brutal truth. Beauty. Here is a leash, not a crown. Even the men aren't safe. A handsome squire with your kind of charm could be accused of seducing noble women, true or not, and end up banished. Or worse, you catch a glimpse of yourself in a polished silver goblet. Your reflection, a reminder of why you're in this mess. You didn't choose this face, but you're paying for it. The Lord's advisor, a Weasley man with ink-stained fingers, leans in to whisper something to Clarice, and her eyes narrow. Whatever's coming, it's not good. As the court session drags on, You overhear a minstrel song praising a maiden. Fair as dawn, the crowd's gaze shifts to you, and you want to sink into the floor. Beauty is supposed to be a gift, but in this hall, it's a shackle chaining you to the whims of the powerful. You step back, hoping to fade into the crowd. But the weight of their stares follows. The torches flicker, casting long shadows, and you brace for the next move in this glittering, dangerous game in this medieval court. Being too pretty isn't just a compliment, it's a sentence you're serving with every breath. You're still caught in the medieval whirlwind, your too pretty face, a beacon for trouble. Remember that courtly hall where Lady Clarice's glare could have curdled milk? Her whispers are probably weaving new traps for you now as you slip back to your village life today. You're grappling with one of the biggest stakes your beauty can influence. Marriage in this era. A fair face could open doors to a wealthy match, or slam you into a dangerous one. You're about to find out how your looks shape your future. And trust me, it's less about love and more about survival. Picture yourself in your family's modest home, the fire crackling as your father pores over a parchment. A local baron's emissary has just left his boots muddying the floor with a proposal that's more command than request. The baron, a widower, hour with a temper, and a castle, wants you as his bride. Your beauties, the lure, your father's trade connections are a bonus. You're barely old enough to weave a proper braid, but your face has made you a prize in a game of power. Saying no isn't really an option. Rejecting a noble could tank your family's livelihood, or worse, it's like being auctioned off, except the bids have swords. Here's a solid historical fact in medieval Europe, particularly from the 12th to 15th centuries. Marriages were strategic alliances, especially among the elite. A beautiful bride like Anne of Bohemia could seal treaties or boost a lord's prestige, but her looks often made her a target for unwanted suitors. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some families paraded their daughters at feasts, dressing them in borrowed finery to flaunt their beauty, hoping to snag a rich husband. Imagine being dolled up like a medieval mannequin only to attract a creep with a moat. Historians still argue whether beauty was a bigger asset or liability in these matches. But right now, your glow is steering you toward a risky fate. You're sitting by the hearth, your mother fussing with your hair, muttering about how your looks are both blessing and curse. She's not wrong. If you marry the Baron, you might gain status, maybe a velvet gown or two. But he's twice your age, with a reputation for shouting at servants, and a castle that smells like damp stone. Worse, his last wife died under murky circumstances. Gossip says she fell from a tower. Your beauty drew his eye, but it also makes you a trophy, not a partner. Decline and you risk his wrath. Maybe a feud that leaves your father's trade in ruins. Joke one, you'd rather marry the village goat. It's got better manners and fewer grudges. The pressure is not just on you. Men faced it too. A handsome e-man with your kind of charm might catch a noblewoman's eye, but her family could see him as a gold digger or a threat leading to a quick banishment or a hunting accident. Beauty made marriage a high-stakes gamble for everyone. You're trying to imagine life with the Baron, picturing his sour breath, and the cold halls you'd roam your father's practical saying, "It's a step up," but your gut screams to run. It's like choosing between a cage and a cliff, and neither feels like love. Let's be real. You're trapped. Your face. The thing that should have been a gift is a bargaining chip. Even if you dodge the Baron, another suitor's waiting. Maybe a merchant son who's kind but dull. or a knight who sees you as a conquest. Every option feels like a roll of dice, and the odds aren't great. You overhear your parents whispering about dowies, about how your beauty might offset the coin they can't spare. It's dehumanizing, like being a prized horse at a fair joke. 2, you're half tempted to smudge dirt on your face and scare off suitors. But knowing this village, they'd probably call it a new beauty trend. As night falls, the fire's embers glow, mirroring the unease in your chest. You're not just choosing a husband, you're choosing a life, or maybe a sentence. Your beauties open doors, but they lead to places you might not survive. The Baron's emissary will return tomorrow for an answer, and the weight of that deadline presses like a stone. You stare into the flames, wishing for a way out. But in this medieval world, a pretty face doesn't grant freedom. It just changes the shape of your chains. You pull your shawl tighter, the night's chill creeping in, and brace for the next twist in this relentless saga. You're still tangled in the medieval web, your too pretty face, a constant spark for chaos. Remember that? Baron's marriage proposal, the one that felt like a summons to a dungeon. You're still reeling from it, but today, you're facing a different kind of pressure, one that comes from the church itself. You're in the village square, the shadow of the stone cathedral looming like a stern parent in this world. Beauty isn't just a social or political problem, it's a spiritual one, and the church's watchful gaze is ready to slap a sinner label on your radiant glow. Picture yourself pausing by the church steps, the morning mist curling around your ankles. Pilgrims shuffle past, clutching rosaries, while a monk in a coarse robe sweeps the cobblestones, his eyes flicking toward you. Your face, with its clear skin and bright eyes, catches the light, and he mutters something about vanity's lure. The church in medieval times wasn't just about salvation, it was a moral enforcer, and beauty was high on its hit list. They saw it as a slippery slope to pride lust, or worse, you're just trying to buy a candle for your mother's prayers, but your looks are practically a sermon against you. Here's a solid historical fact. Medieval church leaders like Bernard of Clairvaux in the 12th century preached that physical beauty was a fleeting distraction from God, often linking it to the sin of pride. Monks and priests urged modesty, warning that a fair face could lead souls astray now for the quirky tidbit. Some clergy believed mirrors were tools of the devil, encouraging vanity by letting you linger on your reflection. Imagine sneaking a peek in a polished tin, only to be accused of demonic dabbling. Historians still argue whether the church's obsession with vanity was about spiritual purity or controlling social behavior. But right now, your glow is a red flag. In this holy square, you're trying to keep your head down, but the church's rules are everywhere. A priest emerges from the cathedral, his face as sour as week old milk, and spots you. He doesn't say anything, but a stare feels like a lecture. If you're too aware of your beauty, say by adjusting your headscarf to frame your face, you're vain, a sin that could earn you a public penance, like standing barefoot in the square reciting psalms. If others notice you, you're a temptress, leading men to impure thoughts. It's a trap, where existing is the crime joke. One you'd think the church would be busy chasing heretics, but no, they've got a vendetta against your cheekbones. The pressure is not just on women. A handsome young monk with your kind of charm could be accused of drawing female pilgrims away from prayer, risking a transfer to a remote monastery. Or worse, you're just trying to buy that candle, but the monk sweeping nearby starts preaching under his breath about the snares of the flesh. You catch words like pride and temptation, and it's clear he's talking about you. It's not personal, but it's exhausting, like being judged by a jury that never sleeps. You hand over your coin, avoiding eye contact, but the weight of his words sticks like damp wool. Let's be honest. You're not flaunting anything. You woke up with this face, same as yesterday, but the church sees it as a test. You're failing just by breathing. Even your simple wool dress, chosen to avoid attention, can't dim the spotlight. The cathedral bells toll, signaling noon prayers, and you feel the urge to slip away before the crowd grows. But a gaggle of women fresh from confession pause to stare, whispering about how no God-fearing girl should look like that. It's like they're writing your sins for you. Joke too. You're half tempted to confess to excessive face washing just to mess with them. But the priest might actually take it seriously. As you leave the square, the cathedral's shadow feels heavier than ever. Your beauty. The thing that should have been a quiet joy is a spiritual liability, a reason for the church to tighten its grip. You clutch the candle, its wax warm in your hand, and hurry toward home. The village hums with life, children chasing a stray dog, a blacksmith's hammer ringing. But you can't shake the sense of being watched, judged, condemned in this medieval world. Being too pretty isn't just a compliment, it's a sin you're paying for with every step. You're still dodging the medieval gauntlet. Your too pretty face, a magnet for judgment. Remember that monk in the village square, muttering about vanity as you bought a candle? His words are probably circling the gossip mill, now adding another layer to your troubles today. You're stepping away from the nobles and clergy to explore a humbler world. The life of a peasant, you might think beauty would be less of a burden among common folk. But even here, your striking looks spark dangers that lurk in the fields and hearths of everyday life. Picture yourself in a muddy field, the air sharp with the scent of turned earth and dew. You're helping your neighbor, a wiry farmer's wife named Agnes Hall, baskets of barley. Your sleeves are rolled up, your hair tucked under a rough linen cap, but your face, clear-skinned, bright-eyed, stands out like a rose in a weed patch. Agnes squints at you, half admiring, half wary, as if your glow might curse the crop in peasant communities. Beauty wasn't just rare. It was a disruption, a signal that could draw unwanted attention from lord strangers, or even neighbors with grudges. You're just trying to lend a hand, but your looks are stirring the pot. Here's a grounded, historical fact in medieval Europe, particularly in rural areas, from the 13th to 15th centuries. Physical appearance often marked social status. Fair skin and delicate features suggested a life free from labor, making a beautiful peasant an anomaly that could spark suspicion or desire. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some villagers believed a strikingly beautiful person might attract the evil eye, a curse blamed for sick livestock or failed harvests. Imagine Agnes blaming your face for her cow's dry udder. Historians still argue whether these superstitions were widespread or just local quirks. But right now, your radiance is making you a target in this field. You're hefting a basket, sweat beading on your brow, when a passing peddler, a grizzled man with a card of trinkets, pauses to stare. He offers you a chipped bronze mirror for a last so fair, but his leer makes your skin crawl. You decline, but Agnes overhears and frowns, muttering about how your looks invite trouble. She's not wrong. A beautiful peasant girl could catch the eye of a passing noble, leading to demands no one could refuse without risking retribution. Or worse, a spurned local lad might spread rumors claiming you're too proud too, above your station, It's like your face is a debt you can't pay off. Joke one. You'd trade your glow for a face full of mud if it meant blending in. But mud's not much of a disguise. The dangers aren't just external within the village. Beauty could fracture fragile bonds. Say a local boy, maybe the blacksmith's son, fancies you. His mother might see your pretty face as a threat, worrying. You'll lure him away from a sensible match with a girl who brings land or livestock. Suddenly, your persona non grata at the communal oven, your bread. Mysteriously burnt men weren't immune, either. A handsome farmhand with your charm might be accused of charming wives, earning a beating from jealous husbands. You're trying to focus on the barley, but Agnes's husband, a burly man with a squint, keeps watching you, his expression unreadable. It's exhausting, like carrying a weight no one else can see. Let's be real. You're not trying to stand out. You're out here, knees muddy, just helping a neighbor. But in this world, beauty is a spotlight, even among the lowly. You catch a glimpse of yourself in a puddle, your reflection sharp despite the dirt and wise. Even the simplest tasks, like fetching water or spinning wool, become complicated when people can't stop staring. Agnes mutters something about keeping your head down. But how do you hide a face joke too? You're starting to think a sackcloth mask might be the new peasant chic. But knowing this village, they'd call it witchcraft. As the sun dips, painting the fields gold, you trudge home, the basket's weight. Nothing compared to the day's scrutiny. Your beauty, the thing that should have been a quiet gift, is a liability, even here among the dirt and toil. The village dogs bark. The wind carries the scent of woodsome smoke, and you feel the eyes of the world on you in this medieval life. Being too pretty isn't just a noble's problem. It's a peasant's peril, and you're learning that lesson with every step you're still slogging through the medieval mere. Your too pretty face, a persistent troublemaker. Remember that farmer's wife Agnes who side-eyed you in the barley field, muttering about your glow inviting trouble? Her words are likely fodder for village chatter. Now adding to the weight you carry today, you're facing a grim new reality. The Black Death sweeping through the land like a shadow. You'd think a plague would make people forget about appearances. But even in this grim era, your beauty offers no shield from disease. And worse, it can make you a scapegoat when fear runs rampant. Picture yourself in the village, the air thick with the stench of smoke and decay. Bells toll mournfully signaling another death. You're fetching water from the well, your cloak pulled tight against the chill, but your face still radiant. Despite the grim times draws stares from hollow-eyed neighbors, the plague raging across Europe doesn't care about your looks, but the people around you do, in their terror. They're hunting for reasons why death stalks their homes. And a face as striking as yours is an easy target for blame. It's like your beauty's, a taunt to a world drowning in despair. Here's a firm historical fact. The Black Death, peaking from 1347 to 1351, killed up to half of Europe's population, and survivors often turned to superstition to explain the carnage. Beautiful individuals were sometimes accused of angering God or consorting with demons, as their survival seemed unnatural now. For the quirky tidbit, some villagers smeared their faces with ash or mud during outbreaks, believing it warded off disease, or at least made them less noticeable to divine wrath. Imagine you trying that, only to have someone claim your mud-streaked beauty is a witch's disguise. Historians still argue whether beauty-based scapegoating was widespread or just a quirk of panicked communities, but right now your glow is a liability in this plague-ravaged village. You're at the well, the bucket creaking as you haul it up when a gaunt woman, her face pocked from surviving the pestilence, points at you. Why is she untouched? She hisses to a cluster of onlookers. Your clear skin, a fluke of luck or decent diet, looks like evidence of something sinister. Fear makes people irrational, and in this world a pretty face can be twisted into a curse. If you're healthy while others sicken, you're not blessed. You're suspicious. Maybe you made a pact with the devil, they whisper, or used charms to dodge the plague. Joke one. You'd laugh at the idea of charming a disease, but these folks think your smile could summon demons. The danger is not just gossip. Scapegoating could lead to exile, or worse if the village elders believe you're a cause of God's wrath. They might banish you to the plague-ridden wilds, or hand you over to a mob. Even men weren't safe. A handsome survivor with your kind of charm might be accused of dark dealings, especially if he drew attention from grieving widows. You're trying to keep your head down, but every cough in the crowd feels like an accusation. The well's water sloshes as you fill your pail, and you avoid the woman's gaze, her words stinging like a lash. It's like being punished for breathing when others can't. Let's be honest, you're terrified. You're not immune to the plague, nobody is, but your beauty makes you a lightning rod for blame. You've heard stories of plague spreaders being stoned or burned, and your face feels like a brand marking you for trouble. Even helping neighbors like bringing broth to a sick family is risky. Your kindness could be misread as a ploy to curse them further. You're walking a knife's edge where surviving the disease might mean failing to survive the village joke, too. You're half tempted to fake a cough just to seem less unnatural. But knowing your luck, they'd call it a hex as you trudge home. The village feels like a graveyard. The silence broken only by distant wails, your beauty. Once a burden in markets and courts is now a cruel irony in a world where death doesn't discriminate. The sky's heavy with clouds mirroring the dread in your chest. You clutch the pale water slopping over the edge and brace for another day of suspicion in this medieval nightmare. Being too pretty isn't just a social curse. It's a plague of its own, and you're fighting to outlast it with every weary step. You're still trudging through the medieval fog, your too pretty face, a relentless magnet for trouble. Remember that gaunt woman by the well accusing you of dodging the plague with some unholy charm. Her words are probably fueling the village's fear, now making every glance feel like a noose tightening. Today you're stepping into the world of chivalry, where knights and their oaths of honor should offer protection. But your beauty twists their gallantry into something darker, a fatal obsession that could spark dual scandals, or worse, in this era. A fair maiden like you isn't just admired, she's a prize worth dying for, and that's not as romantic as it sounds. Picture yourself on a rutted path near the village, the late afternoon sun glinting off a nearby stream. You're carrying a basket of mended linens, your hair catching the light, despite your plain cap. A knight. Sir Roland rides by on a massive destrier, his armor clanking with every hoofbeat. He's young, broad-shouldered, with a reputation for winning tournaments and breaking hearts. He spots. You reins in his horse and offers a courtly bow, his smile sharper than his sword. Your beauty's caught his eye, and in this world, a knight's attention is a double-edged blade. You nod politely, but your stomach knots. You've heard tales of what happens when chivalry turns possessive. Here's a solid historical fact in medieval Europe, particularly during the 12th to 14th centuries. The code of chivalry idealized women as muses with knights, swearing devotion to fair ladies in tournaments and quests. Figures like Lancelot were romanticized for their love for Goyne. But such passions often led to real-world chaos. Now for the quirky tidbit, some knights wore their lady's token like a ribbon into battle, believing it protected them, though it sometimes just marked them as targets for rivals. Imagine Sir Roland begging for your kerchief only to get brained by a jealous competitor. Historians still argue whether Keoalic devotion was genuine romance or a performative power play. But right now, your glow is pulling you into a knight's dangerous orbit. You're trying to keep moving, but Sir Roland dismounts his boots, sinking into the mud. He's all charm, praising your heavenly visage and offering to escort you home. You decline citing chores, but his eyes linger hungry, in a way that's not about honor in this world. A knight's obsession with a beautiful woman could spark disaster if he declares you his lady. Other knights might challenge him, leading to duels where blood, not roses, is the prize. Or worse, he might pursue you aggressively, ignoring your status as a merchant's daughter. A noble's whim could force you into a liaison or a convent if you resist joke one. You'd rather face a joust yourself than deal with this guy's poetry. But lances don't solve puppy love. The danger is not just personal, it's social. If Sir Roland's fixation becomes public, your reputation's at stake. Village gossip could paint you as a seductress, luring a noble from his duties. Your family might suffer too. Your father's trade could falter if the knight's lord takes offense. Even men weren't safe from this trap. A handsome peasant with your kind of charm might be targeted by a lady's knightly suitor, accused of stealing her affection and beaten for it. You're clutching your basket, wishing you could vanish. But Roland's still talking, comparing your eyes to stars. It's flattering, sure, but it feels like a trap sprung by your own face. Let's be real, you're not flirting. You're just trying to get home before dark. But in this Keoalic world, beauty is a flame, and knights are moths with swords. You manage to slip away, murmuring excuses. But Roland's gaze follows heavy as chainmail. You've dodged him for now, but knights don't forget their muses, and his interest could spell trouble, maybe a gallant visit to your father's house, or a challenge to another suitor joke. 2. You're half tempted to trip into the stream and ruin your heavenly visage. But knowing knights, they'd probably call it a heroic rescue as you hurry down the path. The sun dipping low, the village comes into view, its thatched roofs hazy in the dusk. Your beauty, the thing that should have been a quiet gift, is a siren call to men like Roland, whose honor is as flimsy as their banners. The stream gurgles beside you, indifferent to your plight, and you brace for the next twist in this relentless saga, in this medieval world. Being too pretty doesn't just draw admirers, it draws blades, and you're learning to dodge them with every weary step. You're still weaving through the medieval mess you're too pretty face. A persistent spark for chaos. Remember Sir Roland? The knight who compared your eyes to stars while you clutched your basket of linens. His gallant grin is probably haunting your dreams. Now a reminder that chivalry is not all. It's cracked up to be today. You're stepping into the world of art, where beauty like yours becomes a muse, but not without risks. You're about to learn how painters and sculptors face suspicion for capturing your kind of radiance, and how your face could drag them into trouble right alongside you. Picture yourself in a cramped workshop, the air thick with the tang of linseed oil and chalk dust. A painter, Master Godfrey, hunches over a wooden panel, his brush coaxing your likeness onto the surface. You're not posing. Godfrey saw you at the market and begged your father to let him paint you, claiming your face was touched by the divine. Your image with its glowing skin and delicate features is meant for a church altarpiece. A saintly figure, but even here, flicker of candlelight. Your beauty stirs unease in medieval times, depicting a real person's face, especially one as striking as yours, could be seen as vanity, or worse, idolatry. Here's a solid historical fact in the 14th and 15th centuries. Religious art dominated medieval Europe with artists like Giotto, creating idealized images of saints and virgins, often modeled on real people. But using a living person's face risked accusations of glorifying the mortal over the divine. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some communities believed painting a beautiful face could trap part of the subject's soul, in the image making the artist a kind of sorcerer. Imagine Godfrey fretting that your portrait might curse him, or you. Historians still argue whether these fears were widespread or just the grumblings of superstitious patrons. But right now, your face on that panel is a gamble for you both. You're not even in the room, but you feel the weight of Godfrey's work. He's muttering to his apprentice, worrying about the local priest's reaction. The church was picky about art too lifelike, and it's idolatrous, too beautiful, and it's a distraction from God. Your face with its perfect symmetry is exactly the kind of distraction they fear. If the priest deems the painting sinful, Godfrey could lose his commission, or worse, face accusations of dabbling in forbidden arts, and you'd be dragged into the mess, labeled as the vain temptress who inspired it. Joke 1. You'd think Godfrey could paint a sack over your head to avoid trouble. But sacks aren't exactly saintly material. The risks go beyond the church. Secular patrons like a local lord might see your portrait and take an unhealthy interest, just like Sir Roland did, or a rival artist, jealous of Godfrey's skill, could spread rumors that the painting's beauty is unnatural, hinting at witchcraft. You're minding your own business, mending clothes at home, but your face is out there stirring trouble on a wooden panel. Even men weren't safe. An artist painting a handsome knight's likeness might be accused of flattery or worse during romantic scandals. It's like your beauty's a pebble tossed into a pond, rippling chaos. Wherever it lands. Joke 2. You're starting to wonder if you should charge a fee for all this drama. Your face is causing, but medieval coins don't cover stress. Let's be real. You didn't ask to be anyone's muse. You were just buying onions when Godfrey spotted you, and now his painting's a ticking bomb. The apprentice, a twitchy lad with ink-stained fingers, keeps glancing at the door as if expecting a mob. If the altarpiece is unveiled, and the congregation whispers about that merchant's daughter, your reputation's toast. You might be blamed for inspiring vanity, or worse, for enchanting the artist into sin. The workshop shadows feel heavier, the candles sputtering as Godfrey adds a final stroke to your painted eyes. He's proud, but you're dreading the fallout as you sit by your hearth needle pausing. Mid-stitch, you can almost see your likeness glowing in that church, drawing gasps and glares. Your beauty. The thing that should have been a quiet gift is now a brushstroke away from scandal. The village hums outside, oblivious to the storm brewing in Godfrey's workshop. You set down your sewing, the fire's warmth. No match for the chill in your bones, and brace for the next chapter in this relentless saga. In this medieval world, being too pretty doesn't just inspire art, it paints a target on everyone involved. You're still caught in the medieval whirlwind, your too pretty face, a spark that keeps igniting trouble. Remember, Master Godfrey, the painter who turned your market day glow into a saintly portrait. His altarpiece is probably hanging in the church now, drawing whispers that could ruin you both today. You're diving into the dangerous world of medieval cosmetics, where the quest for beauty like yours wasn't just risky, it could be deadly. You're about to learn how the powders and potions used to enhance a face could poison the body or the soul, and why your natural radiance is already a gamble. Picture yourself in a dim apothecary shop, the air heavy with the scent of dried herbs and something sharper, like vinegar gone bad. Shelves sag under jars of murky liquids and powders, labeled in smudged ink, Sue's vermilion belladonna. You're here for a salve for your mother's cough, but the apothecary, a wiry woman with stained fingers, eyes your flawless skin. Need something to keep that glow, she asks, holding up a pot of white paste. You shake your head. But you know what she's offering. Cosmetics, that promise beauty but deliver danger in this era. Enhancing your looks wasn't just vain. It was a flirtation with death or damnation. Here's a solid historical fact. Medieval cosmetics especially, from the 13th to 15th centuries, often contain toxic ingredients like lead-based soothe, for whitening skin or mercury, for a rosy flush causing illness or death over time. Noble women desperate to rival your natural shine risk their health for the ideal pale complexion now. For the quirky tidbit, some recipes called for crocodile dung or mouse ashes, believed to smooth wrinkles or add sparkle to eyes. Imagine smearing that on, hoping to dazzle only to stink like a swamp. Historians still argue whether these concoctions were widely used or just alchemical oddities. But right now, your decision to skip the apothecary's paste is looking wise. You're trying to focus on the salve, but the apothecary's pushing her wears rattling off how her powders can perfect you. You don't need them. Your face already draws enough trouble, but even a hint of interest could spell disaster if you're caught using cosmetics. The church might brand you a sinner, preaching that you're defying God's creation. Worse, a bad batch could leave you sick or scarred like the noble woman you heard about whose face blistered from lead paste. And if anyone suspects your beauty enhanced, they might whisper witchcraft like that herbalist who eyed you at the market joke one. You'd rather face a dragon than a jar of crocodile dung cream, but dragons don't come with a sermon. The risks aren't just physical cosmetics, we're a social minefield. Say you tried a touch of berry juice for your lips. Innocent enough. A jealous neighbor like that gaunt woman from the plague days could twist it into proof. Your enchanting men or defying your station men weren't immune a dandy with your kind of charm. Using tinted salves might be mocked as effeminate or accused of deception. You're dodging the apothecary sales pitch. But her gaze lingers as if your natural glow is already suspicious. It's like your face is a crime scene and everyone's looking for evidence. Joke 2. You're starting to think a veil might be the ultimate beauty hack. But knowing this village, they'd call it a sorcerer's shroud. Let's be real. You're not here to play alchemist. You just want that salve and to get out before the apothecary starts rumors. But in this world, beauty is a tightrope, and cosmetics are a gust of wind, even your refusal to buy her. Wares could be misread. Maybe you're too proud or hiding some dark secret. The shop's shadows feel oppressive, the jars glinting like tiny threats. You hand over your coin, clutching the salve, and step back into the street where the air feels only slightly less heavy. Your beauty, the thing that should have been a quiet gift, is a magnet for suspicion, with or without a pot of poison. As you head home, the village bustling with evening chatter. You can't shake the apothecary's stare. Your face, untouched by her deadly powers, is still a liability. A reason for fingers to point the skies turning dusky, the first stars peeking out, and you brace for the next twist in this relentless saga, in this medieval world. Being too pretty doesn't just invite trouble. It's a brush with poison, and you're dodging it with every cautious step. You're still slogging through the medieval quagmire. You're too pretty. Face a spark that keeps lighting fires. Remember that? Apothecary with her jars of toxic beauty potions eyeing your glow like it was a crime. Her whispers are probably slinking through the village now, adding to the chorus of suspicion. Today you're caught in the chaos of war where sieges and battles turn your beauty into a dangerous target. You'd think conflict would make looks irrelevant. But in this brutal world, a face like yours becomes a prize, a taunt, or a reason to suffer. Picture yourself in your village now under siege. The air hums with the creak of siege engines and the shouts of soldiers camped beyond the walls. Your family's huddled in your small home, the thatch roof trembling as a distant trebuchet hurls stones. You're trying to ration bread, your hands dusty with flour, but your face still radiant, despite the fear catches the flicker of a rushlight outside the enemy. Lord's men are circling, and word spread of a fair maiden within the walls. Your beauty once, a burden in markets and courts, is now a beacon in this war-torn nightmare, drawing danger closer than the catapults. Here's a solid historical fact: during medieval sieges like the Siege of Jerusalem in 1187, women of notable beauty were often targeted as spoils of war valued for ransom or as trophies to boost a conqueror's prestige. A striking face could mean captivity, or worse if a city fell now for the quirky tidbit. Some besieged towns use decoys, women dressed to mimic noble beauties to distract invaders, hoping to buy time. Imagine you being asked to lend your cloak for that ruse, only to risk exposure if it fails. Historians still argue whether beauty's role in warfare was exaggerated by chroniclers or a grim reality. But right now, your glow is a liability. As the siege tightens, you're trying to stay out of sight. But the village is a pressure cooker. The local lord, desperate to hold the walls, has knights patrolling the streets, and one a grizzled veteran with a scar across his cheek. Pauses when he sees you fetching water. His stare isn't chivalrous like Sir Roland's. It's calculating, like he's weighing your value. If the village surrenders, if the enemy breaches the gates, a beautiful woman like you could be claimed as a prize, bartered for peace, or worse, taken by force. Even your own side might betray you, offering you up to appease the invaders. Joke one, you'd rather hide in a barrel of turnipses than be a war trophy. But turnipses don't come with a lock. The danger is not just from outsiders within the village. Fear breeds betrayal. A neighbor, starving and desperate, might point you out to the enemy, hoping to curry favor or save their own skin. Men faced risks, too. A handsome youth with your kind of charm could be pressed into fighting or killed by invaders, jealous of his looks. You're avoiding the windows, but whispers from the street suggest the Lord's Council is discussing assets to offer. If negotiations start, your name's been mentioned, and not for your baking skills. It's like your face is a currency. Nobody asked you to carry, and the exchange rate is your freedom. Let's be real. You're terrified not just of the siege, but of what your beauty could cost you. You're wrapping a shawl around your head, hoping to dull your shine. But it's like trying to hide the sun with a napkin. Every creak of the roof, every shout from the walls feels like a countdown. You overhear your father arguing with a neighbor, insisting you're just a girl. But the neighbor's voice is sharp. A girl like that could save us all or doom us. It's dehumanizing, reducing you to a bargaining chip in a war you didn't start. Joke 2. You're half tempted to smudge ash on your face and pass as a soot sprite, but even that might not dim the spotlight. As night falls, the siege's den softens, replaced by an eerie quiet. You sit by the hearth, the fire's glow a faint comfort against the cold dread in your bones. Your beauty, the thing that should have been a quiet gift, is now a target in a world where swords speak louder than prayers. The village holds its breath, the walls still standing but weaker by the hour. You clutch your shawl, bracing for the next blow in this relentless saga. In this medieval war, being too pretty doesn't just draw eyes, it draws blades, and you're praying to slip through their reach. You're still staggering through the medieval storm, your too pretty face, a spark that's lit every kind of fire. Remember the siege with its looming trebuchets and that knight who sized you up like a ransom prize. The village held barely, but the scars linger, and so does the weight of your beauty today. You're reflecting on the fleeting nature of that radiance as age, hardship, or fate dulls even the brightest glow in this world. A fair face is a temporary crown, and you're about to see how quickly it can slip, leaving you to navigate a life where looks no longer shield or curse. You picture yourself in the village square. Years later, the air crisp with autumn's bite. You're older now, your hair stree with silver, your skin etched with lines from worry and work. Once your face stopped hearts, now it blends into the crowd. A merchant's daughter, weathered by time. You're bartering for apples, your hands rough from years of labor, and nobody stares the same folk who whispered about your unnatural beauty like that herbalist or the gaunt plague survivor. Barely glance your way in medieval times. Beauty's power faded fast, especially for women, as youth was the currency that mattered most. You're free from the spotlight, but it's a bittersweet relief. Like waking from a dream that was half nightmare. Here's a solid historical fact in medieval Europe. Particularly from the 12th to 15th centuries, youth and beauty were tightly linked with women's value, often tied to their appearance in marriage or courtly roles as seen in chronicles, like those of Fraser. Once age or hardship dimmed that glow. Social influence often waned now for the quirky tidbit. Some believed that a beautiful person's fading looks were God's way of humbling them, a divine reset to focus on the soul. Imagine the village priest nodding sagely at your wrinkles as if God personally edited your face. Historians still argue whether aging was seen as a curse or a moral victory. But right now, you're feeling the shift in how the world sees you. You're at the market stall, the apple seller's banter, a faint echo of the flattery you once dodged. Back then, your beauty drew knights like. Sir Roland sparked envy like Lady Beatrix and invited accusations of witchcraft or sin. Now you're just another face, your story folded into the village's hum. It's liberating, no more dodging leers or rumors. But there's a paying too. You catch your reflection in a bucket of water, the lines around your eyes like a map of every trial. The plague, the siege, the Baron's proposal. Your face no longer starts wars or paintings, but it carries a quieter strength, earned through survival. Joke 1. You'd laugh at how the market's suddenly kinder, now that you're ordinary, but apples don't come with a sympathy discount. The fade of beauty wasn't just personal, it was universal. Men felt it too. A handsome knight, once a court darling, might be ignored in old age, his scars no longer romantic for you. The change is stark. You're no longer a muse for artists like Master Godfrey or a target for the church's sermons, but the world's still harsh age doesn't erase poverty or toil, and your merchant father's debts still loom. You're trading apples, not dreams, and the freedom from beauty's burden comes with new weights, providing for kin, mending a leaking roof. It's like swapping one tightrope for another, just with less applause. Joke 2. You're half tempted to tell the apple seller about your glory days, but he'd probably charge you extra for storytelling. Let's be real. You're not mourning your youth. Not exactly. You're tougher now, wiser, less afraid of whispers. But standing here with the market's bustle fading into dusk, you can't help but trace the arc of your life. Your beauty once shaped every step, drawing suitors, sparking feuds, painting you as a saint or a sinner. Now, it's a memory, a tale you might share with a grandchild someday, minus the scarier bits. The village square glows with torchlight, and you feel a strange peace. You've outlasted the dangers of being too pretty, but the world's still a battle, just fought with different weapons. As the stars emerge soft and distant, you turn toward home, your basket heavy with apples. The night wraps around you, gentle and cool, like a whispered promise of rest. Your steps are slower now, not from fear, but from a life fully lived. The village settles into quiet, its roofs dark against the sky, and you let the day's worries drift, carried away by the breeze. The world that once judged your face now sees you as you are, steady, enduring human. You breathe deeply, the scent of earth and smoke grounding you, and feel the weight of beauty lift, leaving only the soft hum of existence. Close your eyes, let the night's calm cradle you, and slip into dreams where no one stares, no one schemes, just you and the endless gentle dark, the brutal ways. Women tried to stay young in the Middle Ages. We step into the gritty, candlelit world of the Middle Ages, where women chase eternal youth with a fervor that makes your skincare routine look like a lazy Sunday nap. Picture yourself in a damp stone castle, the air thick with the scent of herbs, and something faintly metallic mirrors are rare, but every wrinkle feels like a betrayal, a whisper that time's slipping through your fingers. In this era, staying young isn't just vanity, it's survival. In a world where age could mean irrelevance, spoiler, you probably won't survive this gauntlet of beauty hacks without a strong stomach. You're standing in a medieval village circa 1300, where the quest for youth is a high-stakes game. Women from peasants to nobles are caught in a cultural vice. Youth equals value, beauty, and power. A historical fact anchors us here. Medieval medical texts like those by physician Trota of Salerno prescribed regimens to preserve a woman's bloom well into her 30s, a ripe old age. For the time, these weren't just beauty, just tips. They were survival strategies in a society where an aging woman risked losing her social currency. But the methods, oh, they're wilder than you'd guess. Take a quirky tidbit. Some women slathered their faces with a paste made from ground bones and animal fat, believing it could restore the vigor of youth. Sounds like a bad DIY project, right? You're smearing this gritty goop on your cheeks, hoping it'll erase that laugh line. But it smells like a butcher stall on a hot day, and the kicker. It probably clogged pores worse than a modern fast food binge. Historians still argue whether these bone-paste recipes were widespread or just the fever dreams of a few desperate alchemists. Either way, you're starting to see the lengths women went to. You trudge through the village, passing women grinding herbs, their hands stained green from pounding nettles into a pulp. The air buzzes with whispers of secret recipes passed from mother to daughter, each one promising to halt time. You pause by a market stall, where a toothless vendor hawks a youth tonic that looks suspiciously like pond water. You're tempted. Who wouldn't want to shave a decade off their face? But the vendor's own wrinkles tell a different story. It's a bit like those sketchy diet pills you see advertised at 2 a.m. The promise is shiny, but the results are questionable. The obsession with youth wasn't just skin deep. You feel the weight of a society that prized fertility and beauty above all else for women. A noble woman past her prime might lose her husband's favor. A peasant might struggle to marry at all. You're caught in this paradox. You're expected to be a timeless maiden, but every year etches itself into your skin and the solutions. They're not exactly spa day material. You're about to dip your toes into a world of potions that could double as poison masks, that burn more than they beautify, and rituals that make you question medieval sanity. As you linger by the stall, a woman nearby mutters about a noble who bathed in wine to renew her spirit. You can't help but chuckle. Imagine explaining that to your landlord as a rent excuse, but beneath the absurdity, there's a pang of empathy. These women weren't just vain. They were fighting a losing battle against time in a world that offered no mercy. You're starting to wonder what you'd do in their shoes. Would you risk it all for a shot at youth? Or would you laugh and let the wrinkles come? You're still wandering through this medieval world, the scent of that bone-paste mask lingering in your memory as you duck into a dimly lit apothecary shop. The air is heavy with the tang of vinegar and something earthier, maybe rotting herbs, shelves grown under jars of murky liquids, each labeled with promises of youth. You're here to uncover the dangerous potions women drank to defy aging. And trust me, these brews make your morning smoothie look like fine dining. A historical fact grounds us. Medieval physicians drawing from Greek and Arabic texts often prescribed mercury-based elixirs to purify the body and restore a youthful glow. Mercury, your learning, was the rock star of medieval medicine, shiny, mysterious, and absolutely toxic. You pick up a vial, its contents glinting like liquid silver, the apothecary. A wiry man with a patchy beard swears, "It'll make your skin as smooth as a maiden's." You're skeptical, and for good reason. Swallowing this could leave you trembling, toothless. Or worse, dead by 35. Yet, women downed it, chasing the dream of a second spring. Now for a quirky tidbit. Some recipes called for lizard bile, mixed with wine believed to rebalance the humors and keep wrinkles at bay. You're picturing it. A noble woman at a banquet, sipping this foul cocktail while pretending it's fine. Claret, the taste like regret with a side of swamp. You can't help but smirk, imagining her forcing a smile as her guests wonder why she smells like a reptile. Historians still argue whether these lizard bileics were common or just the eccentric scribbles of a few overzealous healers. Either way, you're not volunteering to taste test. You set the vial down, your fingers itching from just touching the glass. The apothecary shelves are a rogues gallery of bad ideas. There's a jar of toad essence, another with something labeled stags, heart distillate. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval version of a shady health food store where every product screams miracle cure but delivers misery. You wonder how many women desperate to erase a few years choke down these potions only to end up sicker, their skin graying instead of glowing. The stakes are high. You're a woman in this era, maybe 28, already considered past your prime by the men who hold the purse strings. You're not just drinking these potions for vanity. It's about securing your place in a world that discards aging women like yesterday's bread. You feel the pressure, the whispers at court or in the village square judging every new line on your face. It's enough to make you consider the mercury vial again, even if it feels like playing roulette with a poison chalice. As you step back into the street, you catch a glimpse of a young girl watching her mother mix a potion. She's learning early that youth is a currency and the cost of keeping it is steep. You want to tell her to run to embrace her wrinkles when they come, but you know she's already caught in the same trap. A passing monk mutters about vanity being a sin, and you roll your eyes easy for him to say when his bald head is a badge of wisdom. Not shame, the irony hits you. These potions meant to preserve life often shortened it. You're chuckling now, imagining a modern influencer trying to sell lizard bile glow tonic on social media, but the laughter fades as you realize how little choice these women had. They weren't just chasing beauty, they were fighting for relevance in a world that equated age with obsolescence. You're starting to see that mercury vial not as madness, but as a desperate gamble. Would you take the risk, knowing the odds, or would you walk away, hoping for a kinder mirror? You're still reeling from that apothecary's shelf of horrors, the bitter aftertaste of lizard bile lingering in your imagination as you slip into a darker corner of the medieval world. The village is quiet now, save for the flicker of torchlight and the distant howl of a dog. You're about to uncover the chilling myths of blood-based rejuvenation practices, where the quest for youth takes a turn into the macabre. Brace yourself. This one's not for the faint of heart. A historical fact sets the stage in the Middle Ages. Some medical texts, influenced by ancient beliefs, suggested that blood, especially from the young, could transfer vitality to the aging. You're standing in a noble woman's chamber, where a physician cloaked in black murmurs as about vital essences. He's not talking about a juice cleanse. The idea was that blood, the life force, could be harvested to restore youth. You're watching a scene unfold. A pale, noble woman, her face etched with worry, agrees to a ritual involving blood from a young servant. It's not quite vampire territory, but it's close enough to make your skin crawl now for a quirky tidbit. Rumors swirled that some women bathed in animal blood, think pigs or calves, believing it could soak youth into their skin. You're picturing it a wooden tub filled with crimson sludge, the air thick with a metallic stench. You're trying not to gag as a lady-in-waiting insists, "It's invigorating. Invigorating, more like a nightmare. You can't unsee." You're chuckling, imagining explaining this to your friends as a self-care. Sunday historians still argue whether these bloodbaths were widespread or just sensational gossip spread by disapproving monks. Either way, you're not signing up for this spa treatment. You step closer to the chamber, your boots sticking to the cold stone floor. The noble woman's eyes are desperate, her hands trembling as she clutches a goblet that might contain something unspeakable. You're not sure if it's human or animal blood, and honestly, you don't want to know. The physician's tools glint in the candlelight. A small blade, a bowl, a cloth stained with rust-cold streaks. You're starting to feel like you've wandered into a medieval horror flick where the price of beauty is paid in crimson. The stakes are higher than ever. You're a woman in this world, maybe a countess or a merchant's wife, and you've heard the stories, whispers of youth restored, of skin glowing like a girl's after these rituals. But you also know the risks. Bloodletting was common medicine, but this feels like crossing a line. You're torn between curiosity and dread, wondering how far you'd go to erase a decade from your face. The servant, barely 16, looks terrified, and you want to pull her away, tell her she's worth more than her veins as you linger. You catch a glimpse of a tapestry on the wall, depicting a maiden with rosy cheeks, forever young. It's a cruel reminder of what's at stake. You're laughing now, a nervous chuckle, thinking how this makes modern Botox look like a walk in the park, but the laughter fades as you realize the desperation driving these women. They weren't monsters. They were trapped in a society that worshipped youth and punished age. You feel the weight of their choices, the way each decision was a gamble between hope and horror. You slip out of the chamber, the air outside feeling cleaner, though the chill doesn't shake the unease. A passing peddler offers you a youth charm and you wave him off, half joking that you'd rather age gracefully than bathe in anything red. But deep down you're wondering, in a world this brutal, would you have resisted the lure of these myths? Or would you too have reached for that goblet hoping for a miracle? You're still shaken from that blood-soaked chamber, the metallic tang of those grim rituals clinging to your senses as you step into a bustling medieval marketplace. The air hums with vendors hawking their wares, but your attention is drawn to a woman mixing a thick, chalky paste in a clay bowl. You're here to slather on the toxic face masks medieval women used to chase youthful skin. And let's just say these concoctions make modern sheet masks look like a gift from the heavens. A historical fact anchors us. Medieval skinery often relied on lead-based compounds like white lead soothe to create a smooth, pale complexion associated with youth and nobility. You're watching this woman, her fingers dusted with white powder as she smears the paste across her cheeks. It's like watching someone paint a wall, except the paint is poison. Lead was a staple in beauty regimens, especially among the elite, but it seeped into the skin, causing tremors, hair loss, and sometimes death. You're wincing, knowing this flawless look is a slow-motion disaster for a quirky tidbit. Some women mix their lead paste with crocodile dung, believing it had mystical, rejuvenating properties. You're trying not to laugh as you imagine the smell, a rancid blend of swamp and decay while she applies it like it's a luxury cream. You're half tempted to joke that this is the medieval version of a detox mask, but the thought of dung on your face kills the humor fast. Historians still argue whether crocodile dung was a common ingredient or just an exotic myth peddled by shady merchants. Either way, you're not volunteering to test it. You lean closer, the past's chalky scent stinging your nose. The woman's skin looks unnaturally smooth like a porcelain doll, but her hands tremble slightly, a telltale sign of lead's toll. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval infomercial. Gone wrong were the before and after shots. Both end in tragedy. Other women crowd around, eager to buy their own jars of this toxic goop, their eyes bright with hope. You want to shout a warning, but you know they'd ignore you. Youth is worth any price. Or so they think. The pressure is palpable. You're a woman in this world. Maybe 30, already hearing whispers about your fading bloom. Pale skin is the gold standard proof of youth, wealth, and leisure. You're tempted to try the mask yourself just to see if it lives up to the hype. But the memory of that apothecary's mercury vials, remember those? Keeps you grounded. You're caught in a bind, conformed to this deadly beauty standard or face judgment. For every sun-kissed freckle, It's like choosing between a rock and a poisoned pillow. As you watch a younger girl dabs the paste on her cheeks, mimicking her mother. You feel a pang. She's learning early that beauty means sacrifice. You're chuckling now, imagining a modern beauty vlogger reviewing crocodile dung glow mask with a straight face. But the laughter fades as you see the older women, their skin graying from years of lead, still chasing that fleeting glow. They're not vain. They're fighting a losing battle against a society that equates wrinkles with worthlessness. You step away. The marketplace noise fading as you pass a stream. You catch your reflection in the water, wondering how far you'd go to keep that youthful sheen a passing beggar offers you a miracle. Salve and you waver off, joking that you'd rather age like a fine wine than a poisoned painting. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing beauty. They were clawing for relevance in a world that discarded them. Too soon. Would you resist the lure of that chalky mask? Or would you too smear it on, hoping for a miracle? You're still brushing off the ghostly chill of that lead and dung face mask. The marketplace's clamor fading as you wander into a quiet courtyard where a woman sits combing her hair with obsessive care. The air smells faintly of olive oil and something burnt, like a kitchen mishap. You're here to comb through the bizarre hair care rituals medieval women used to cling to youthful locks. And trust me, these routines make your bad hair day look like a crown-worthy moment. A historical fact sets the scene. Medieval beauty standards prized long, lustrous hair as a symbol of youth and fertility, with texts like the Trotula recommending herbal washes to keep it vibrant. You're watching this woman. Her fingers slick with a homemade concoction as she massages it into her scalp. She's following a recipe from a healer, something about rosemary and nettle to preserve the hair's maidenly sheen. But the catch. These washes often included vinegar or ash, which could strip hair faster than a modern bleach job. You're wincing, imagining the breakage she's inviting for a quirky tidbit. Some women swore by rubbing their scalps with onion juice, believing it could regrow thinning hair and restore a youthful bounce. You're picturing it, her eyes watering, the pungent stench clinging to her like a bad perfume. You're half laughing, thinking this is the medieval equivalent of slathering mayo on split ends. Historians still argue whether onion juice was a widespread remedy or just a quirky footnote in village folklore. Either way, you're not eager to smell like a stew for the sake of fuller hair. You step closer, the woman's comb snagging on a brittle strand her hair once thick as her hair once. Thinning at the temples, a betrayal of age in a world that worships flowing tresses. She's muttering about a noble woman who shaved her head to start fresh, only to end up with a patchy mess. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval hair salon from hell, where every treatment is a gamble. The courtyard is littered with clues, jars of oily sludge, a bowl of crushed herbs, even a questionable lump that might be animal fat. You're wondering how anyone's scalp survived this? The stakes are high. You're a woman in this era. Maybe 25, already noticing a few strands in your comb hair isn't just vanity. It's your social currency. A thinning mane could mean whispers of old maid, or worse, a husband's wandering eye. You're tempted to try her nettle wash, remembering that crocodile dung mask. Yep, it's still haunting you, and hoping this is less toxic. But the burnt smell makes you hesitate. You're caught between risking your scalp and facing judgment for every gray hair that dares appear as you watch a younger girl braids her own hair, copying the woman's ritual. You feel a tug of sadness. She's learning early that youth is a performance, and hair is the stage. You're chuckling now. imagining a modern influencer pitching onion juice hair growth serum with a selfie. But the humor fades as you see the woman's face etched with worry as she counts each fallen strand. She's not frivolous. She's fighting a society that ties her worth to her locks. You slip away. The courtyard's quiet, broken by a rooster's crow. You catch a glimpse of your reflection in a puddle running a hand through your own hair, wondering what you do to keep it thick and glossy. A passing vendor offers a hair tonic and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather go bald than smell like a pickled onion. But deep down you're pondering, in a world this harsh, would you have resisted these rituals, or would you too have reached for the nettle wash, praying for a miracle? You're still untangling the memory of that onion juice hair remedy, the courtyard's herbal tang fading as you slip into a shadowy village hut. The air is stale, heavy with the scent of stale bread and wilted greens. A woman sits alone, her face gaunt, picking at a meager bowl of broth. You're here to explore how medieval women starved themselves to mimic the frail, youthful figures society idolized. And this scene is about to hit harder than a skipped meal. A historical fact grounds us. Medieval beauty ideals, especially for noble women, often celebrated a delicate, almost ethereal thinness, with texts like courtly romances, describing slender maidens as the epitome of youth. You're watching this woman, her cheekbones sharp under flickering candlelight as she pushes her bowl away. She's not eating, not because there's no food, but because a thinner frame might make her look younger, more marriageable. Fasting wasn't just spiritual. It was a beauty strategy, but the cost weakness, fainting spells, and sometimes permanent damage to her body. You're feeling the gnaw of hunger just watching her for a quirky tidbit. Some women chewed on parsley or fennel seeds to curb their appetite, believing it could keep their waists youthfully narrow. You're imagining it, her breath smelling like a herb garden, her stomach rumbling as she pops another seed. You're chuckling, thinking this is like a medieval version of chewing gum to avoid snacks. Historians still argue whether these appetite-suppressing herbs were common or just a niche trick among the desperate. Either way, you're not swapping your dinner for a handful of fennel. You step closer, the hut's dirt floor crunching underfoot. The woman's hands tremble as she sips water, her eyes hollow, but determined. You're starting to feel like you've wandered into a grim diet ad where the before and after are both misery. She's not alone in this, whispers from the village tell of others skipping meals, tying cloths tightly around their waists to mimic a gyrish figure. You're remembering that crocodile dung mask still gross, right? And realizing starvation is just another brutal beauty hack. The stakes are crushing. You're a woman in this world, maybe 32, already hearing murmurs about your matronly shape. A youthful silhouette isn't just fashion, it's survival. A fuller figure might signal wealth, but it also screams past your prime. You're tempted to skip your own meal, feeling the pressure to fit into a society that equates thinness with value. But the woman's pal stops you. Cold, her skin's gray, her hair thinning, a walking warning of what starvation steals. As you linger, a younger girl peeks in her own cheeks, still round with youth. She watches the woman, learning that hunger is a woman's duty if she wants to stay desirable. You're laughing now, a bitter chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling parsley seed diet pills with a filtered selfie. But the humor fades as you see the woman's frail frame, her body paying the price for a fleeting illusion. She's not vain. She's trapped in a world that demands impossible perfection you slip out of. You, the hut, the night air sharp against your skin. You catch your reflection in a nearby stream, your own face looking back, and wonder how far you'd go to chase that fragile ideal. A passing peddler offers a slimming tonic and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather eat a proper meal than shrink into a ghost. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just starving for beauty. They were starving for a chance to matter in a world that discarded them too soon. Would you resist the lure of that empty bowl? Or would you too push it away, hoping for a miracle? You're still haunted by that gaunt woman's empty bowl, the sting of hunger lingering as you wander into a muddy barnyard where a healer is grinding something slimy in a mortar. The air reeks of damp fur and something rancid like a forgotten stew. You're here to dive into the critter-based remedies. Medieval women applied to cheat time, and these animal-derived cures make that onion juice hair tonic. Remember that stench seem almost tame a historical. Fact sets the scene. Medieval medicine, rooted in humoral theory, often used animal parts, fat bile, or even excrement to restore a youthful balance to the body. You're watching this healer, her hands slick with goose grease as she mixes it with crushed snails to make a youth salve. She swears it'll smooth wrinkles and bring back a gearish glow. But the reality, this goop could clog pores, cause infections, or just leave you smelling like a barn. You're grimacing, imagining slathering this on your face while trying not to retch for a quirky tidbit. Some women rub deer antler powder on their skin, believing it carried the stag's vitality to rejuvenate aging flesh. You're picturing it sprinkling this gritty dust like a medieval makeup primer, hoping it'll erase a crow's foot or two. You're chuckling, thinking this is like blending a protein shake with roadkill vibes. Historians still argue whether antler powder was a common beauty trick or just a fad among eccentric nobles. Either way, you're not dusting. You're not. Your cheeks with deer scraps anytime soon, you step closer. The barnyard's muck sucking at your boots. The healer's pestle grinds rhythmically, turning snails into a glistening paste. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval witch's kitchen, where every miracle cure is a recipe for regret. Nearby, a jar holds what looks like bat droppings labeled as a vitality balm. You're remembering that crocodile dung mask. Yep. Still horrifying and realizing animals were the go-to for youth, chasing desperation. The healer's client, a woman with tired eyes, eagerly buys the snail salve, her hope outweighing the smell. The stakes are heavy. You're a woman in this world, maybe 29, noticing the first signs of age in your reflection. Youthful skin isn't just beauty. It's your ticket to relevance in a society that sidelines old women. You're tempted to try the goose grease mix, wondering if it could soften that new line on your forehead. But the slimy texture and the healer's own weathered skin make you pause. You're caught between risking a rash and facing whispers about your fading charm as you watch a young girl helps the healer stirring a pot of what might be pig fat. She's learning early that youth comes at a messy, smelly cost. You're laughing now, imagining a modern influencer hyping snail slime, anti-aging cream with a glowing review. But the humor fades as you see the client's face. Her desperation etched deeper than any wrinkle. She's not foolish. She's fighting a world that demands eternal youth while offering only animal scraps as solutions. You slip away from the barnyard, the air clearing as you reach a quiet path. You catch your reflection in a puddle touching your own skin, wondering what you do to keep it smooth. A passing farmer offers a vitality ointment and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age gracefully than smell like a wet goose. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing vanity, They were clawing for a place in a world that discarded them too soon. Would you resist the lure of that snail salve? Or would you too smear it on, hoping for a miracle? You're still shaking off the slimy memory of that snail and goose grease salve. The barnyard stench fading as you step into a dimly lit room where a barber surgeon sharpens his blade. The air is thick with the scent of iron and sweat, and the flicker of a single candle casts eerie shadows. You're here to face the crude cosmetic tweaks medieval women endured to chase youth. And these surgeries make that lead face mask remember that toxic paste seemed like a gentle facial. A historical fact anchors us in the Middle Ages. Rudimentary cosmetic procedures like scarification or skin scraping were sometimes used to remove blemishes or renew aging skin, often performed by barber surgeons with minimal training. You're watching this surgeon, his hands steady but unwashed as he prepares to refresh a woman's face by scraping away a layer of skin. The tool looks more suited for carving meat than sculpting beauty, and the woman's clenched fists tell you she knows the risks. Pain infection or a face worse than before, you're wincing, feeling the phantom sting already. For a quirky tidbit, some women had their foreheads lifted by tying tight cords around their scalps. Overnight, believing it could pull wrinkles taut. You're picturing it, sleeping with your head trussed up like a roast, waking to a throbbing headache and maybe a slightly smoother brow. You're chuckling, thinking, this is like a medieval version of duct taping your face for a selfie. Historians still argue whether these cord-lifting tricks were common or just desperate experiments by a few. Either way, you're not tying your head in knots for a youthful glow. You lean closer, the room's damp walls pressing in. The woman, maybe 35, grips a cloth. As the surgeon begins, her breath hitching with each scrape. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval torture chamber disguised as a beauty parlor. Blood beads on her skin, and you're remembering that bloodbath myth still. Creepy, right? Realizing pain was just another price for youth. The surgeon mutters about restoring her maidenly charm. But his tools, a rusty blade and a bowl of vinegar for cleaning. Scream infection, waiting to happen. The stakes are brutal. You're a woman in this world, noticing new lines around your eyes, hearing whispers that you're past your bloom. A youthful face isn't just vanity, it's your shield against a society that values women for their looks. You're tempted to let the surgeon scrape your own skin, hoping it might erase a decade. But the woman's stifled cry and the red streaks on her face make you recoil. You're caught between risking disfigurement and facing judgment for every natural crease, as you watch a younger woman waits her turn, her eyes wide but resolute. She's learning early that beauty demands blood, literally. You're laughing now. A nervous chuckle, imagining a modern vlogger reviewing DIY skin scraping with a cheery thumbs up. But the humor fades as you see the patient's face, now bandaged, her hope mingling with pain. She's not reckless. She's fighting a world that equates age with obsolescence. You slip out of the room, the cool night air a relief against your flush skin. You catch your reflection in a nearby window touching your own face, wondering how far you'd go to keep it unlined. A passing healer offers a smoothing tonic and you wave her off, joking that you'd rather age like a weathered oak than risk a rusty blade. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing beauty. They were battling for relevance in a world that discarded them too soon. Would you resist the lure of that surgeon's knife? Or would you too lie down, hoping for a miracle? You're still reeling from the sting of that barber surgeon's blade. The memory of blood and rust fading as you step into a candlelit chapel where a woman kneels muttering fervent prayers. The air is heavy with incense, the faint hum of a distant chant wrapping around you like a lullaby. You're here to uncover the charms and superstitions medieval women used to ward off wrinkles. And these rituals make that deer antler powder. Remember that gritty dust seem almost scientific. A historical fact grounds us. Medieval Europe was steeped in Christian mysticism, and many women turned to amulets and prayers, believing divine or supernatural forces could preserve their youthful appearance. You're watching this woman, her fingers clutching a small talisman etched with a saint's name as she chants a prayer to Saint Catherine, patroness of maidens, to keep her face unmarred by time. These charms were common, often blessed by priests, but their power was more hope than miracle. You're feeling the weight of her faith, knowing it's all she has, against the mirror's truth for a quirky tidbit. Some women tied knotted cords around their wrists, each knot sealing a spell to banish aging, whispered under a full moon. You're picturing it. Her standing in a moonlit field, muttering rhymes while tying knots like a medieval friendship bracelet. You're chuckling, thinking this is like manifesting a facelift, with a Pinterest craft historians still argue whether these knotted charms were widespread or just village folklore passed among desperate women. Either way, you're not knotting your wrists for a wrinkle-free tomorrow. You kneel beside her, the chapel's stone floor cold through your clothes. Her talisman glints in the candlelight, and you notice others. Women of all ages whispering their own spells, some clutching herbs or tiny relics. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval self-help seminar, where faith and folklore collide in a desperate bid for youth. You're remembering that snail salve still slimy in your mind, and realizing charms were just another tool in the same hopeless toolbox. The stakes are relentless. You're a woman in this world, maybe 27, already spotting a faint line on your forehead. Youth isn't just beauty. It's your currency in a society that prizes maidens over matrons. You're tempted to whisper your own prayer, wondering if St. Catherine might spare you a few years, but the woman's weary eyes unchanged despite her fervent chants make you doubt you're caught between clinging to superstition and facing the inevitable march of time, as you watch a young girl mimics her mother tying a cord around her wrist. With clumsy fingers, she's learning early that youth is a spell you cast, not a gift you keep. You're laughing now, a soft chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling moon-knotted youth bracelets with a mystic vibe. But the humor fades as you see the woman's hands worn from years of labor, still clutching that talisman. She's not foolish. She's fighting a world that demands eternal beauty, with nothing but prayers and string. You slip out of the chapel, the night air sharp with the scent of pine. You catch your reflection in a still pond, touching your own face, wondering what you'd pray for to keep it young. A passing peddler offers a blessed charm, and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age like a wise crone than pin your hopes on a trinket. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing vanity. They were grasping for power in a world that stripped it away with every wrinkle. Would you resist the lure of that knotted cord? Or would you too whisper a spell, hoping for a miracle? You're still carrying the faint incense of that chapel, the whisper of knotted charms fading as you step into a bustling medieval street where women adjust their garments with pained grimaces. The air is thick with the scent of wool and sweat, the clatter of carts drowning out their quiet complaints. You're here to squeeze into the youth-mimicking outfits that came with a painful price. And these fashion choices make that starvation diet, remember. those parsley seeds feel like a gentle sacrifice. A historical fact sets the scene in the Middle Ages. Fashion favored tight, figure-hugging clothing like corset-like kirtles to emphasize a youthful, slender silhouette. Especially among the upper classes, you're watching a woman, her face flushed as a maid laces her into a bodice so tight it kecks each tug, steals her breath, molding her into the hourglass ideal of a maiden. But the cost: bruised ribs, fainting spells, and sometimes organ damage. You're wincing, feeling the phantom squeeze around your own waist for a quirky tidbit. Some women wore face-framing veils pinned so tightly to their scalps they caused headaches, all to mimic the smooth, oval face of youth. You're picturing it, pins digging into her skin. Her smile strained as she pretends it's fine. You're chuckling, thinking this is like wearing a too tight headband for a Zoom call. But all day, every day, historians still argue whether these painful veils were a widespread trend or a niche torture for courtly ladies. Either way, you're not pinning your scalp for a youthful jawline. You step closer, the street's dust swirling around you. The woman adjusts her kirtle, her movements stiff, and you notice her shallow breaths. You're starting to feel like you're starting to... In a medieval runway show where the dress code is suffering, other women nearby struggle with their own outfits. Gowns laced to the point of dizziness, headdresses heavy enough to strain necks. You're remembering that cord-lifting forehead trick. Still absurd, right? And realizing fashion was just another battlefield in the war against age. The stakes are suffocating. You're a woman in this world, maybe 30, already hearing whispers that your figure lacks the maiden's grace. A youthful shape isn't just style. It's your ticket to desirability in a society that discards matronly women. You're tempted to try the kirtle, hoping it might shave a few years off your silhouette. But the woman's pale face and the faint bruise under her sleeve make you hesitate. You're caught between enduring pain for beauty and risking judgment for a looser, kinder fit. As you watch a young girl tugs at her own miniature bodice, mimicking her mother's struggle. She's learning early that youth is a costume you wear no matter the cost. You're laughing now. A wry chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling medieval waist-censure workouts with a filtered grin. But the humor fades as you see the woman's strained posture, her body paying for society's obsession with youth. She's not vain. She's fighting a world that ties her worth to a tiny waist. You slip away from the street, the evening air cool against your skin. You catch your reflection in a shop's glass smoothing your own clothes, wondering how far you'd go to fit that youthful mold. A passing seamstress offers a slimming sash, and you waver off, joking that you'd rather breathe than lace up like a human sardine. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing fashion. They were battling for relevance in a world that punished every curve of age. Would you resist the lure of that crushing kirtle? Or would you too let the laces tighten, hoping for a miracle? You're still loosening the phantom grip of that bone-crushing kirtle. The street's dust settling as you duck into a cramped herbalist shop, its air thick with the scent of crushed leaves and boiled roots. Shelves sag under jars of wilted plants, each promising a miracle. You're here to brew the plant-based elixirs medieval women hoped would halt time. But these herbal cures make that lizard bile potion. Remember that swampy sip seem almost palatable. A historical fact grounds us. Medieval herbals like the works of Hildegard, a Bingen-prescribed plant-based tonics. Think sage fennel or chamomile to renew the spirit and preserve a youthful complexion. You're watching a woman, her hands stained green as she stirs a pot of steaming broth laced with nettle and rose hip. She believes it'll smooth her skin and keep her looking like a bride. But the truth? Many of these brews were either useless or worse, laced with toxic plants, like belladonna, causing heart palpitations or hallucinations. You're grimacing, imagining choking down this bitter sludge for a quirky tidbit. Some women gargled with a mix of ivy sap and vinegar, thinking it could tighten sagging jowls. You're picturing it puckering like you bit a lemon, the sap's sticky burn coating your throat. You're chuckling, thinking this is like a medieval version of a tick, tock, jawline hack, gone wrong. Historians still argue whether ivy gargles were common or just a bizarre recipe from rogue herbalists. Either way, you're not rinsing your mouth with tree goo for a firmer chin. You lean closer, the pot steam curling around you. The woman's face is hopeful, but her skin's dull. A sign her brews aren't delivering. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval juice bar, where every smoothie is a gamble. Nearby, jars hold suspicious leaves, henbane maybe, or mandrake, whispering danger. You're remembering that snail salve still slimy in your mind and realizing herbs were just another roll of the dice in the youth chase. The stakes are heavy. You're a woman in this world, maybe 31, noticing a new crease by your eyes. Youthful skin isn't just vanity, it's your shield in a society that sidelines aging women. You're tempted to sip her nettle tea, hoping it might soften that line. But the faint tremor in her hands, maybe from a toxic herb, makes you pause. You're caught between risking your health and facing whispers about your fading bloom as you watch a young girl crushes herbs beside her. Learning the recipes early, she's absorbing the lesson that youth is a potion. You brew, not a gift you keep. You're laughing now, a soft chuckle, imagining a modern influencer pushing ivy. Sap glow tonic with a filtered selfie. But the humor fades as you see the woman's tired eyes, her hope wilting like her herbs. She's not foolish. She's fighting a world that demands eternal beauty with nothing but plants and prayers. You slip out of the shop, the night air sharp with pine. You catch your reflection in a stream touching your own skin, wondering what you'd brew to keep it young. A passing vendor offers a youth tea, and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age like a sturdy oak than risk a poisoned cup. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing vanity. They were grasping for relevance in a world that discarded them too soon. Would you resist the lure of that bitter brew? Or would you too take a sip, hoping for a miracle? You're still catching your breath from the bitter steam of that herbalist shop, the tang of nettle and ivy sap fading, as you step into a quiet monastery courtyard where women kneel in prayer under a moonlit sky. The air is cool, scented with lavender and the faint smoke of altar candles. You're here to explore the religious rituals medieval women used to seek divine intervention against aging, and these spiritual pleased charm spell. Remember? Those moonlight knots feel almost secular. A historical fact anchors us in the Middle Ages. The church dominated daily life, and many women turned to prayer, fasting, and pilgrimages to saints' shrines, believing divine favor could preserve their youthful beauty. You're watching a woman, her knees pressed into the stone, as she prays to Saint Agnes, a martyr associated with purity and youth. She's asking for a face untouched by time, her voice trembling with devotion. These rituals were common, often paired with offerings like candles or coins, but their success relied on faith, not results. You're feeling the weight of her hope, knowing time answers to no saint. For a quirky tidbit, some women slept with a relic, a saint's bone or cloth under their pillow, believing its holy aura could smooth wrinkles overnight. You're picturing it tucking a dusty shard next to your cheek, hoping for a divine facey lift while you snore. You're chuckling, thinking this is like a medieval version of taping a crystal to your skin. Air routine. Historians still argue whether relic sleeping was widespread or a peculiar habit of devout nobles. Either way, you're not cuddling up with a bone for a youthful glow. You kneel nearby the courtyard, silence wrapping around you. The woman's hands clutch a rosary, each bead a plea for miracles. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval wellness retreat where faith is the only currency other women join her, some wearing pilgrimage badges, their faces worn from travel to holy sites. You're remembering that? Ivy goggles, still puckering at the thought, and realizing prayer was another desperate tool in the youth. Chasing Arsenal. The stakes are heavy. You're a woman in this world, maybe 28. Noticing a new gray hair. Youth isn't just beauty, it's your place in a society that venerates maidens. You're tempted to join her prayer, wondering if St. Agnes might spare you a wrinkle, but the woman's lined face unchanged despite her devotion makes you doubt you're caught between clinging to divine hope and facing the mirror's relentless truth as you watch a young girl mimics her mother, clutching a tiny relic with wide eyes. She's learning early that youth is a gift you beg for, not one you keep. You're laughing now, a gentle chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling Saint's Relic sleep masks with a serene vlog. But the humor fades as you see the woman's weary posture, her faith battling time's inevitable march. She's not naive. She's fighting a world that demands eternal beauty with only prayers and relics. You slip out of the courtyard, the night air sharp against your skin. You catch your reflection in a fountain touching your own face, wondering what you'd pray for to stay young. A passing monk offers a blessed candle and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age like a wise sage than bank on divine skincare. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing vanity. They were pleading for relevance in a world that discarded them. Too soon. Would you resist the lure of that saintly prayer? Or would you too kneel down, hoping for a miracle? You're still carrying the faint glow of that monastery's candles, the echo of prayers fading as you weave through a crowded medieval market, where women barter under the weight of watchful eyes. The air buzzes with the scent of fresh bread, and the sharp tang of wool dye. You're here to navigate the crushing social pressure that demanded youthful brides, and this expectation makes those relic sleeping rituals remember that Saint's bone pillow seem like a private rebellion against a public obsession. A historical fact grounds us in the Middle Ages. Marriage was a cornerstone of social and economic stability, and women especially. Nobles and merchants, daughters were pressured to marry young, often in their teens, to maximize fertility and alliances. You're watching a woman barely 30, her face lined with worry as she overhears a matchmaker dismiss her as too old for a wealthy suitor. Youth was a currency, and every year past 20 devalued her in the marriage market. This wasn't just preference. It was a system that tied a woman's worth to her ability to look and act like a maiden. You're feeling the sting of those whispers cutting deeper than any wrinkle for a quirky tidbit. Some women wore garlands of fresh flowers in their hair even into their 30s to signal bridal youth, despite the blooms wilting by noon. You're picturing it. Her tucking daisies into her braid, ignoring the smirks as petals fall. You're chuckling, thinking this is like wearing a prom tiara to a job interview. Historians still argue whether these floral crowns were a common, desperate ploy or a rare affectation among aging hopefuls. Either way, you're not weaving daisies into your hair to snag a husband. You step closer, the market's noise pressing in. The woman adjusts her veil, trying to hide a gray streak, but the matchmaker's cold gaze misses nothing. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval dating show where the prize is survival and age is the eliminator. Other women nearby fidget, some pinching their cheeks for a youthful flush, others avoiding mirrors altogether. You're remembering that tight kirtle still wincing at the laces, and realizing society's gaze was the real corset squeezing women into impossible molds. The stakes are brutal. You're a woman in this world. Maybe 29 single, and hearing the clock tick louder than a cathedral bell. A youthful appearance isn't just vanity. It's your ticket to security in a society that sees unmarried women as burdens. You're tempted to try the flower garland, hoping it might catch a suitor's eye, but the woman's forced smile as she's passed over for a 16-year-old makes you falter. You're caught between playing the game and rejecting a system that measures your worth by your face. As you watch a young girl barely 14 is paraded before a suitor, her youth, a bargaining chip, she's learning early that beauty is a deadline. You can't outrun. You're laughing now, a bitter chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling bridal bloom bouquets for eternal eligibility. But the humor fades as you see the older woman's eyes, her hope dimming with every rejection. She's not shallow. She's fighting a world that demands youth while offering no mercy for age. You slip away from the market, the evening air cool against your flushed skin. You catch a reflection in a merchant's polished tray, smoothing your own hair, wondering how far you'd go to stay marriageable. A passing vendor offers a youthful blush powder, and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age like a free spirit than bloom for a suitor's approval. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing husbands. They were battling for a place in a world that discarded them too soon. Would you resist the lure of that floral crown? Or would you too tuck in a daisy, hoping for a miracle? You're still brushing off the market sting, the weight of those matchmakers' words lingering as you slip into a shadowy alchemist's workshop, where the air crackles with the scent of sulfur and molten metal. Flickering lamps cast eerie glows on bubbling flasks and cryptic scrolls. You're here to chase the alchemical secrets medieval women sought for eternal life, and these mystical brews make that nettle tea remember. That bitter sludge seemed like a quaint herbal tea party. Historical fact anchors us in the Middle Ages alchemy, blending science and mysticism, promised elixir of immortality, with figures like Roger Bacon touting recipes to prolong youth. You're watching a woman, her eyes bright with hope as she consults an alchemist, mixing a potion rumored to freeze time, the concoction. Likely mercury arsenic or gold flakes glints in a vial, promising eternal vigor. But the truth, these elixirs were often deadly, causing madness or organ failure. You're wincing, imagining her swallowing this liquid fire, chasing a dream that burns from within for a quirky tidbit. Some women wore amulets filled with alchemical dew, a distilled essence thought to absorb youthful energy from the stars. You're picturing it, her clutching a tiny vial of murky liquid, believing it's bottled moonlight. You're chuckling, thinking this is like a medieval version of slapping a galaxy filter on your skin air routine. Historians still argue whether these dew amulets were common or just a niche obsession among alchemy-obsessed nobles. Either way, you're not pinning your hopes on starry droplets. You step closer, the workshop's heat prickling your skin, the alchemist's tools. Crucible's bellows a jar of something suspiciously red. Scream danger. You're starting to feel like you're in a medieval lab, gone rogue where every experiment is a roll of the dice. The woman's hands tremble as she pays a steep price for the vial, her savings traded for a sip of poison. You're remembering that snail salve still slimy, right? And realizing alchemy was just another desperate leap in the youth chase. The stakes are dizzying. You're a woman in this world, maybe 33, feeling time's shadow creep closer. Eternal youth isn't just a fantasy. It's your armor in a society that discards aging women. You're tempted to try the alchemist's brew, wondering if it could truly stop the clock. But the woman's feverish gaze and the alchemist's own salo skin make you hesitate. You're caught between risking death for a miracle and accepting the wrinkles that mark your story as you watch a young apprentice stirs a pot. Her face lit with awe, learning the art of chasing immortality. She's absorbing the lesson that youth is a formula you distill, not a gift you keep. You're laughing now, airy chuckle, imagining a modern influencer peddling Stardew elixirs with a cosmic vlog. But the humor fades as you see the woman's desperate grip on the vial, her hope outweighing the poison. She's not delusional. She's fighting a world that demands eternity, with only fumes and lies. You slip out of the workshop, the cool night air a balm against your flushed cheeks. You catch a reflection in a polished shield, touching your own face, wondering what you trade for a timeless glow. A passing peddler offers a life-extending tonic, and you wave him off, joking that you'd rather age like a weathered tome than bet on bottled stars. But the truth lingers. These women weren't just chasing immortality. They were grasping for relevance in a world that discarded them too. Soon would you resist the lure of that glinting vial, or would you too take a sip, hoping for a miracle you're still reeling from the alchemist's fiery workshop, the glint of that toxic elixir fading as you wander into a quiet village square, the moonlight soft on weathered stones. The air carries the faint scent of woods and lavender, a gentle contrast to the sulfur you left behind. You're here to reflect on the brutal cost of medieval women's obsession with youth, and this final reckoning hits deeper than that bloodbath myth, still chilling. Right. It's time to look back and ask what all this desperation really meant. A historical fact grounds us. Medieval society, driven by patriarchal values, placed immense pressure on women to remain youthful, as seen in marriage contracts, in courtly literature, that prized maidenly beauty. You're standing in the square, watching an older woman, her face etched with lines, sell herbs to younger girls, chasing the same dream she once did. Her hands worn from years of mixing potions like that nettle tea. Remember that bitter brew? Tell a story of sacrifice. The pursuit of youth didn't just cost money or health. It stole time, dignity, and sometimes lives as women. Traded their strength for society's approval for a quirky tidbit. Some women kept youth mirrors, small, polished metal discs. They checked obsessively, believing frequent gazing could hold their beauty in place. You're picturing it, her squinting at a blurry reflection, hoping it's truer than the world's judgment. You're chuckling, thinking this is like a medieval version of snapping a selfie to check your glow. Historians still argue whether these mirrors were common or a peculiar habit among the vain. Either way, you're not staring into a tin disc to freeze time. You linger in the square, the night's hush wrapping around you. The woman's stall is modest. Her wares, herbs, charms. A vial of something murky. Echoes of every desperate remedy you've seen, from crocodile dung masks to alchemical dews. You're starting to feel like you've walked through a museum of madness, each exhibit a testament to a world that demanded youth at any price. The younger girls barter, eagerly, unaware they're stepping into the same trap. You're remembering that tight kirtle still wincing at the laces, and realizing the real cost was never just physical. It was the endless fight against a society that devalued age. The stakes are sobering. You're a woman in this world, maybe 35, feeling the weight of every choice you've witnessed. Youth wasn't just beauty, it was survival in a culture that discarded women past their prime. You're tempted to warn the girls, to tell them their wrinkles will tell stories worth hearing, but the older woman's quiet resilience stops you. She's still here, still fighting her lines, a map of battles won. You're caught between mourning the madness and admiring the strength it forged. As you watch a young girl buys a charm, her eyes bright with hope, already caught in the cycle. You're laughing now, a soft chuckle, imagining a modern influencer selling youth mirror selfie kits with a filtered grin. But the humor fades as you meet the older woman's gaze, her eyes holding a wisdom no potion could grant. She's not defeated. She's a survivor in a world that tried to erase her. You step away, the square fading into shadow. The stars above feel kinder than the mirrors below, and you're starting to see the beauty in time's gentle marks. These women weren't mad. They were warriors, fighting with every tool they had. And maybe, just maybe you'd have fought too. The night is deep now. The village square, a distant memory as you settle into a softer place where the air feels warm and forgiving. The stories of potions, prayers, and painful laces drift like leaves on a quiet stream, each one a reminder of courage, wrapped in desperation. You're safe here, under a blanket of stars, where time doesn't judge, but simply holds you close. Let the weight of those medieval struggles slip away, replaced by the gentle hum of your own breath, steady and sure. No need for mirrors or elixirs tonight, just the calm certainty that your story with every line and laugh is enough. Close your eyes, let the world soften and drift into a dream where beauty is the life you live, not the face you chase. Sleep well, sweet listener, and let tomorrow's light find you whole, the cruelest medieval beauty, expectations for noble women. We slip into the candle-lit halls of a medieval castle where the air smells of damp stone and rose water, and every noble woman's mirror reflects a battle against impossible beauty standards. You're standing in a drafty chamber, a velvet gown heavy on your shoulders while a maid tugs at your hair with a bone comb. The pressure to look perfect isn't just vanity. It's survival in a world where your face could secure alliances or spark wars. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this unscathed because perfection here comes with a side of arsenic and elbow grease. You're a noble woman in, say, 14th century England, and beauty isn't a choice. It's a job. Your appearance signals wealth, virtue, and your family's power. A single blemish could tank your marriage prospects. And trust me, the bar is sky high. The mainstream historical fact chronicles like those of our described noble women judged harshly on looks, with kings and dukes picking brides based on portraits or courtly pageants. One wrong feature and you're out. But here's the quirky tidbit. Some noble women chewed on fennel seeds, believing it made their eyes sparkle. Science be damned. Historians still argue whether this was pure superstition or if it actually worked by boosting confidence. Either way, you're popping fennel like it's medieval candy. The expectations start with your face. But it's not just about looking pretty. Your skin must glow like moonlight. Your hair must cascade like a troubadour's ballad. And your body, well, it better scream, fertile yet delicate. Without saying it, you're caught in a web of rules, each one tighter than the last. A noble woman's day revolves around maintaining this facade, and it's exhausting. You wake at dawn, not to sip coffee, but to scrub your face with barley water, or if you're fancy imported wine. Why? Because clear skin equals moral purity. Yep. They believe that one pimple in the court whispers, "You're cursed." Or worse. Unchaste. You can't roll your eyes at this. The stakes are too high. Let's talk about the tools of the trade you've got. Maids, sure, but they're not your friends. They're spies for your mother-in-law, or rival. They slather your face with pastes made of ground almonds. Or if you're unlucky, lead-based creams that promise a porcelain complexion but might kill you by 40. You're not just pimping. You're risking your life for a compliment in the mirrors. They're not glass like today. They're polished metal. So you're squinting at a blurry reflection, hoping you look good enough for the banquet spoiler. You never feel like you do. The sarcasm in your head is loud. Great. You mutter, another day of painting my face like a cathedral fresco. But you do it because beauty is currency. A well-placed smile could charm a lord into funding your brother's war, or secure your daughter's betrothal. You're not just a person. You're a walking billboard for your family's prestige, and the pressure doesn't stop it. Your face, it's your whole body, your posture, even the way you laugh too loud, and you're vulgar, too soft, and you're weak. It's a tight rope, and you're wobbling. Here's a light joke to keep you cozy. Why did the noble woman bring a ladder to court? Because the beauty standards were that unreachable. But seriously, you're starting to see the pattern. Every detail of your appearance is scrutinized, from your eyebrows to your ankles and the tools you use. Half of them sound like potions from a witch's cauldron. You're rubbing your cheeks with rose petals, but the smell reminds you of the garden where you're not allowed to run free. Freedom's a distant dream when your worth is tied to how well you embody perfection as you stand in that chilly chamber. You realize this isn't just about looking good. It's about power control and survival. You're not vain, you're strategic, but the weight of it all makes you sigh, your breath fogging in the cold air. You've got 14 more layers of this beauty gauntlet to navigate, and each one's got its own sting for now. You brace yourself because the mirror is waiting, and so is the court. You're still in that drafty castle chamber, the flicker of a tallow candle casting shadows on the stone walls as you stare down a new foe. The obsession with flawless skin. Remember that fennel seed trick for sparkling eyes. Now you're chasing a complexion so pure it could make a saint, jealous in the medieval world. Your face is a canvas, and any flaw, a pimple, a freckle, a scar, might as well be a neon sign screaming unworthy. You're not just waking up to wash your face. You're waging war against nature itself, armed with concoctions that sound like they belong in an alchemist's lab. The mainstream historical fact is clear. Medical texts like the Trotula, a 12th century guide for women's health obsessed over skin purity, prescribing everything from herbal washes to bloodletting for a radiant glow. Clear skin wasn't just beauty, it was proof of noble blood and divine favor. But here's the quirky tidbit. Some noble women slathered their faces with crocodile dung mixed with milk, believing it exfoliated like a medieval spa treatment spoiler. It probably just smelled like a swamp. Historians still argue whether this was a widespread practice or just a bizarre trend among the elite. Desperate for perfection, you start your day with a basin of rose water, splashing it on your face while shivering in the morning chill. Rose water is the gentle option, but if your skin's acting up, you're reaching for heavier artillery. You mix barley flour with vinegar, smearing the paste across your cheeks and praying it doesn't sting too much. If you're in a richer household, you might use wine. Yes, actual wine to cleanse your face. It's not as fun as drinking it, but it's supposed to tighten your pores. You can't help but smirk, thinking, if only the peasants knew I'm washing my face with their yearly wages. But the real danger lurks in the whitening creams you grab a pot of soothe, a lead-based paste that promises a ghostly porcelain complexion, the ultimate status symbol. You dab it on, feeling it cool against your skin, but there's a nagging worry in your gut. You've heard whispers of women whose faces turned gray, or whose hair fell out from using this stuff. Still, you apply it because a tanned face screams, peasant, who works in the fields. You're not about that life, even if the price is poisoning yourself. It's a grim joke, you mutter under your breath. What's a little lead poisoning when you're glowing like the moon? The process doesn't end with creams. You're scrubbing with cloths rough enough to sand wood, trying to buff away any hint of redness. If you've got freckles, good luck. Those are the devil's mark to some priests, and you're dabbing them with lemon juice until your skin burns, scars, you're caking on more saring. They fade before the next feast. Every step feels like a gamble and you're not. Sure, if you're winning or just surviving, then there's the diet angle. You're told to avoid spicy foods or anything hot because humoral theory, medieval medicine's big idea, says it'll inflame your skin so you're nibbling on bland porridge while dreaming of roasted pheasant. The maids watch you like hawks, reporting back to your mother or husband. If you sneak a bite of garlic, you roll your eyes, thinking if clear skin means eating like a monk. I'd rather have a pimple, but you don't have a choice. The court's eyes are always on you. The sensory overload is real. The vinegar paste stings your nose. The lead cream leaves a metallic taste on your lips, and your skin feels tight, like it's been stretched over a drum. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, hoping the effort pays off, but doubt creeps in. Will the Duke notice that tiny red spot on your chin? Will the other ladies smirk behind their fans? You push the thought away, because dwelling on it won't help. Here's another light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noblewoman's skin glow so bright? Because she was basically a walking chemistry experiment. But in truth, you're exhausted. The quest for flawless skin isn't just about beauty. It's about proving you belong in this gilded cage. You're not vain. You're trapped in a system where a single blemish could cost you everything. As you rinse off the latest potion, you brace for the next battle because this beauty gauntlet is far from over. You're still shivering in that dim castle chamber, the sting of vinegar paste lingering on your cheeks. But now your attention shifts to a new obsession, your hair. It's not just a feature, it's a crown. You can't take off a symbol of your status as a noble woman in the medieval world. Your locks are either your glory or your shame, and there's no middle ground. You're sitting on a wooden stool, wincing as a maid drags a bone comb through your tangles, each tug a reminder that beauty comes with pain. Your hair must be long, lustrous, and perfectly styled, or you risk the court's whispers branding you as sloppy, or worse, unmarriageable. The mainstream historical fact is undeniable. Medieval art and literature, like Chaucer's descriptions in the Canterbury Tales, praise noble women with flowing golden hair as the ideal of femininity. Blonde was the gold standard pun intended because it signaled purity and wealth. But here's the quirky tidbit. Some women used horse urine as a hair rinse, believing it added shine and lightened dark strands. Gross. Absolutely effective. Probably not. Historians still argue whether this was a common practice or just a desperate fad among the nobility chasing that angelic glow. You start the morning with a ritual that feels like a part-time job. Your maid pours warm water mixed with herbs, maybe chamomile or sage, over your scalp. The scent earthy, but not exactly spa. Like you grit your teeth as she combs out knots. Each snag pulling at your patience. If your hair is not naturally blonde, you're in for extra work. You might sit in the sun for hours, cloth hat with a crown cut out, letting the rays bleach your strands. It's tedious, and you mutter, "If only I could just wear a wig and call it a day." But wigs are for old ladies or nuns, not young noble women like you. Then come the dyes you're slathering on pastes made from saffron or walnut shells, hoping for that golden hue the troubadours sing about the catch. These concoctions smell like a stable, and sometimes turn your scalp red. You've heard rumors of women losing hair from bad dyes, and you wise at the thought. Still, you let the maid apply it because a mousy brown mane won't cut it. At the next banquet, you're aiming for hair that cascades like a waterfall, catching candlelight and drawing gasps. Anything less, and you're just another face in the crowd. Styling is its own ordeal. You're not rocking a messy bun. Your hair is braided, twisted, or piled into shapes that defy gravity. Think intricate loops secured with silver pins or nets studded with pearls. It takes hours, and your neck aches from holding still. If you're married, you might cover your hair with a wimple. But as a young, noble woman, you're showing it off. The weight of those pins pulls at your scalp, and you joke to yourself, "At least if I faint, it'll be from hair accessories, not hunger." But the truth is, you're exhausted before the day even starts. The sensory details hit hard. Your scalp tingles from the herbal rinse. The comb's teeth scrape like tiny claws, and the air smells of damp wool and chamomile. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, praying your hair looks as good as it feels heavy, but doubt creeps in. Will the other ladies notice that one frizzy strand? Will the visiting lord compare your locks to his sister's? You shove the thoughts aside, focusing on the next step, keeping your hair clean in a world where baths are a luxury. Here's a light joke to keep you cozy. Why did the noblewoman's hair always steal the show? Because it had more drama than the court itself. But in reality, you're trapped in a cycle. Of maintenance dirty hair is a scandal, so you're brushing it nightly, counting 100 strokes like it's a prayer. If lice show up, and they do, even in castles, you're dousing your scalp with vinegar and praying no one notices. It's humiliating, but you can't afford to slip. Your hair isn't just about beauty. It's a status symbol, a daily performance. You're not vain. You're playing a role where every strand matters. As the maid finishes braiding, you feel the weight of those expectations settle on your shoulders, heavier than the pearls in your hair. The court's waiting. and your next beauty battle is already looming. You're still perched on that creaky stool, your scalp tender from the maid's relentless combing. But now you're facing a new gauntlet, the treacherous world of medieval makeup. Your hair is braided to perfection, your skin scrubbed raw but without the right face paint. You're unfinished like a cathedral missing its stained glass, and this candle-lit castle makeup isn't just enhancement, it's armor you're dabbing on colors that could charm a king or kill you slowly. All to meet the court's unforgiving gaze that lead-based soothe from your skin routine. It's back, and it's brought friends just as deadly. The mainstream historical fact is stark. Medieval recipe books like the 13th century, Ornitis, Myrum, detail. Cosmetics made from toxic ingredients like mercury and lead, used to whiten skin or redden cheeks. Noble women knew the risks, but applied them anyway. Beauty trumped safety. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women used mouse fur to fake fuller eyebrows, gluing it on with tree resin. Sounds like a craft project gone wrong, but it was peak fashion. Historians still argue whether this was a niche trend or a secret weapon among the elite desperate for bold brows. You start with the soothe, that chalky lead paste, smearing it across your cheeks until you look like a porcelain doll. It's cold, heavy, and smells faintly of metal, but it hides any lingering redness from your vinegar scrub. You're careful not to smile too wide. Cracked. Makeup is a dead giveaway. You're trying too hard next. You reach for vermilion, a mercury-based red for your lips and cheeks. You dot it on with a rabbit hairbrush, the bristles tickling your skin. It's vibrant, but you know, mercury is no joke. Your hands tremble slightly as you apply it, wondering if that headache last week was a coincidence. Your eyes are the next battlefield. You dip a twig into coal made from soot or antimony and trace your lids, aiming for a sultry stare that says, virtuous yet alluring. The coal stings if it gets in your eyes, and you blink back tears, muttering, "If I go blind for beauty, at least I'll look pious." Doing it, you're not wrong. Smeared makeup could ruin your reputation faster than a bad beach roll. And those mouse fur brows, you're tempted. But you stick to plucking strays with tweezers that feel like they were forged for torture. The sensory overload is intense. The soothe dries tight like a mask, while the vermilion's faint chemical whiff mixes with the smoky air. Your lips taste bitter from the pigment, and your fingers are stained red, like you've been picking berries in a forbidden forest. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, hoping the effect is worth it. But doubt gnaws at you. Will the other ladies whisper that your cheeks are too bright? Will the bishop call your painted face sinful? You push the fear down because there's no time for second guessing. Then there's the application process. You're not doing this alone. Your maid's hovering her breath, warm on your neck, as she blends the vermilion. She's not gentle, and you suspect she's judging you less. Red you snap, but she just nods. Probably gossiping later about your vanity. You're not vain, though. You're surviving a game where every detail is a weapon. Oh well, painted face could secure a duke's favor, or silence a rival. Smirk. You're playing chess with pigments, and losing isn't an option. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's makeup always look flawless because she had a PhD in poison application? But in truth, you're exhausted. The weight of these toxic pastes isn't just physical, it's mental. You're risking your health for a fleeting compliment, knowing the damage might show up years later. Some women's faces scarred from mercury, others lost teeth from lead. You've seen older noble women, their skin gray and pitted, and you wonder if that's your future. Still, you paint on because the court doesn't care about your fears. As you finish, you feel less like a person and more like portrait. Every feature exaggerated to scream noble. The makeup's a shield, but it's also a chain binding you to expectations you didn't choose. You take a deep breath, the air cool against your painted lips, and brace for the next beauty trial. The banquet's tonight, and your face better be a masterpiece. You're standing in that chilly castle chamber, your face a painted mask of lead and mercury, your hair a braided masterpiece. But now the spotlight shifts to your body. In the medieval world, a noble woman's figure isn't just personal, it's political. You're expected to mold your silhouette into a shape that screams wealth, fertility, and divine favor, all while pretending it's effortless. You're adjusting your gown, the fabric heavy with embroidery, as a maid laces you into a corset that feels like a polite form of torture. Your body is not yours. It's a canvas for the court's ideals, and the pressure to conform is tighter than the laces, digging into your ribs. The mainstream historical fact is clear. Medieval chronicles, like those of Jean de Jouan, described noble women's bodies as symbols of lineage with a slender waist and rounded hips, signaling both chastity and childbearing potential. A perfect figure was a diplomatic asset. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women padded their hips with cushions stuffed with wool or straw to fake that fertile look. Think medieval Spanx, but itchier historians still argue whether this was a common trick or a secret hack for women, desperate to meet the ideal. You start the day with a mental checklist: waist narrow shoulders, soft hips, curve just enough to hint at motherhood without looking vulgar. The corset's your first hurdle. You exhale as the maid pulls the laces. Each tug stealing a bit of your breath, the whalebone frame cacks, and you mutter, "If I pass out at the feast, at least I'll look elegant doing it." It's not just about looking slim. Your posture has to be regal. Spine straight, chest lifted like you're posing for a tapestry. Slouching isn't an option, it's a scandal. Diet's another battle. You're nibbling on bread and watered wine, avoiding anything heavy like roasted boar, because a bloated stomach could ruin the corset's effect. Medieval medicine rooted in humoral theory claims rich foods make you hot and moist. Code for unladylike, you roll your eyes thinking, "If I wanted to live like a nun, I'd join a convent." But you comply because a bloated figure could spark rumors of gluttony or worse, pregnancy out of wedlock. The court's gossip mill is merciless. Then there's the padding. If your hips aren't naturally wide, you're strapping on those wool-stuffed cushions under your skirts. They're bulky, hot and shift when you walk, making you waddle like a duck in a cathedral. You catch your reflection in a polished silver tray and laugh. Nobody warned you. Nobility meant smuggling pillows, but it works. The extra curve catches the eye of visiting lords, signaling you're ready to bear heirs. It's a lie, but a strategic one. The sensory details are relentless. The corset pinches your sides, leaving red marks. You'll feel for hours. The padding scratches through your linen shift, and the gown's weight drags at your shoulders. You smell wool and sweat, masked by a dab of rose water, but the air is thick with the castle's damp chill. You move carefully, every step calculated to avoid tripping over your skirts or dislodging a edging. Cushion, it's exhausting, and you're only halfway through the morning. Here's a light joke to keep you cozy. Why did the noblewoman's hips always steal the show? Because they were literally stuffed with ambition. But in truth, you're trapped in a body that's less yours and more a public monument. The ideal figure isn't about comfort. It's about signaling power. A slim waist proves you don't toil like a peasant. Wide hips. Promise sons to carry the family name. You're not shaping your body for yourself, but for a dynasty. You might never control the pressure. Doesn't stop at physical shape. You're expected to move gracefully. Every gesture, soft but deliberate. Like a swan gliding through a moat, tripping or slumping, could cost you a marriage alliance. You practice walking in your chamber, skirt swishing, while the maid corrects your posture with a sharp chin-up. You want to snap back, but you bite your tongue. Snark won't help you here. As you adjust the cushions, one last time you feel the weight of it all, feel the corset, the expectations, the eyes waiting to judge you. You're not just a woman. You're a symbol, sculpted to fit a mold that's as unforgiving as the stone walls around you. The banquet's looming, and your body better tell the right story. You take a shallow breath. Thanks, corset, and brace for the next beauty trial. You're wincing in that drafty castle chamber, the corset squeezing your ribs and those wool-stuffed hip pads itching like a bad decision. But now you're facing a fresh challenge, your teeth and breath in the medieval world. A noble woman's smile is a weapon dazzling enough to charm a lord, subtle enough not to seem brazen. You're standing by a narrow window, the cold air brushing your face as you rub your teeth with a cloth and pray your breath doesn't betray you. A single yellowed tooth or whiff of garlic could tank your reputation faster than a misstep. In a dance, you're not just polishing your smile, you're guarding your status. The mainstream historical fact is grim dental care was rudimentary, and texts like The Chia by Roger of Salerno note that noble women used abrasive pastes or twigs to clean teeth, often damaging enamel in the process. A bright smile signaled wealth and health. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women chewed on clothes or even carried tiny silver boxes of burnt rosemary to freshen breath. Medieval mints. But fancier historians still argue whether these remedies worked or just masked the stench of poor hygiene. You start with your teeth grabbing a linen cloth and a paste made of crushed sage and salt. You scrub the grit, scraping your gums until they bleed. But you keep going because yellow teeth scream peasant. The taste is sharp, like licking a salty herb garden, and you grimace. If you're lucky, your household has chalk or coral powder. Gentler, but it costs a fortune. You've heard of women using burnt breadcrumbs, and you shudder, thinking, I'd rather eat the bread. But you're not joking when you say a good smile is worth the pain. Marriage prospects depend on it. Breath is trickier. You're chewing fennel seeds, the same ones you popped for sparkling eyes, hoping they'll drown out last night's onion-heavy stew. The seeds crunch, leaving an anise-like tang. But you're paranoid. You can't ask your maid to sniff your breath. That's a humiliation too far. Instead, you hold a clove under your tongue. It's spicy. Burn making your eyes water. It's not pleasant, but it's better than the alternative. You mutter, if my breath offends the Duke, I'll blame the cook. It's a weak joke, but it keeps you sane. The sensory details hit hard. Your mouth stings from the salt paste. Your tongue's numb from the clove and the air smells of herbs and damp stone. You rinse with watered wine, the sour tang lingering as you spit into a basin. Your teeth feel raw and you avoid biting down too hard, fearing a crack. Dental pain is no myth. You've seen noble women with blackened stumps, their smiles. Hidden behind fans, you're determined to avoid that fate, even if it means scrubbing until your fingers ache. Then there's the social pressure. You're expected to smile, demurely, lips closed because an open-mouthed grin is for tavern wenches. But no smile at all. That's worse. You'll seem cold or sickly. You practice in front of that blurry metal mirror, tilting your head just so lips parted slightly. It's exhausting, like rehearsing for a play where the audience is waiting to pounce. You've heard whispers of women losing suitors over a chipped tooth, and the thought makes your stomach twist. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's smile shine so bright because she polished it with half the spice cupboard? But in truth, you're fighting a losing battle tooth. Decay is rampant, and no amount of sage paste can stop it forever. You've seen older women sip broth through straws, their teeth gone, and you know that's the future if you're not careful. Still, you scrub and chew because scrub and a flawed smile could cost you a seat at the high table. The bigger picture isn't just vanity, it's survival. A bright smile and fresh breath signal you're healthy, marriageable, and worthy of the family name. You're not fussing over your mouth for fun. You're navigating a world where every detail is judged. As you rinse one last time, the wine's bite fading. You feel the weight of those expectations settle heavier than ever. The banquet's tonight, and your smile better be flawless. You take a shaky breath, clove-scented thankfully, and brace for the next beauty trial. You're still in that drafty castle. The cloves' sharp tang fading on your tongue, your teeth scrubbed raw, but now you're stepping into a new kind of pain. The noble woman's wardrobe. Your gown isn't just clothing, it's a statement. A torture device and a status symbol rolled into one. You're standing in the center of the chamber, arms outstretched as maid. Swarm like bees draping you in layers of silk and velvet that weigh more than a suit of armor. Every stitch, every fold is designed to make you look divine. But the cost is a body that aches before you even reach the banquet hall. Fashion here isn't freedom. It's a gilded cage. The mainstream historical fact is evident. Sumptuary laws like those in 14th century England dictated what noble women could wear with furs and jewels, reserved for the elite to flaunt wealth and rank. Your wardrobe was a legal flex. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women wore shoes with wooden platforms called patents strapped on to keep skirts clean. But so wobbly they turned walking into a circus act. Historians still argue whether these were practical or just a bizarre flex of status. Like medieval high heels, you start with the underlayers. A linen shift, thin but scratchy, clinging to your skin. Next comes the kirtle, a fitted dress that hugs your corseted waist. Its laces pulling so tight you can barely breathe, you mutter. If I faint, at least the gown will hold me upright. The maids ignore you, hauling out the circuit, a heavy outer layer dripping with embroidery and fur. Its stunning gold threads glinting in the candlelight, but it drags at your shoulders like a sack of grain. You're not walking, you're waddling under the weight. Then there's the headgear you're balancing a hen in, that conical hat straight out of a fairy tale draped with a veil that keeps slipping into your eyes. It's pinned to your braided hair, each tug a reminder of your tender scalp. The hennen's absurdly tall, and you duck through doorways praying you don't topple. You joke to yourself. If I fall, I'll take the chandelier with me. But the truth is, every step is a gamble trip, and the court will laugh for weeks. The sensory overload is brutal. The gown's fur trim tickles your neck. The silk rustles like dry leaves, and the kirtle's laces dig into your ribs. Your feet ache, and pointed shoes too narrow for comfort and those patents clack on the stone floor, threatening to twist your ankle. The air smells of wool lavender and your own nervous sweat, barely masked by rose water. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, hoping the effect is worth it. But all you see is a tower of fabric and a tired face. The wardrobe is not just about looks. It's about power. A rich gown signals your family's wealth, securing alliances or intimidating rivals. But it's also a trap. You can't move freely, sit comfortably, or even eat much without risking a stain. You're a walking billboard, and the message, better be perfect. You've heard of women fined for wearing man above their station, and you shudder. Sumptuary laws don't mess around. Here's a light joke. To keep you cozy. Why did the noble woman's gown always steal the show? Because it weighed more than her doughy, but in reality you're exhausted. The physical toll is real. Your back aches, your feet throb, and the Hennons is giving you a headache. You've seen older women with curved spines from years of heavy gowns, and you wonder if that's your future. Still, you stand tall, because slouching isn't an option. When the court's watching, the bigger picture is control. Your wardrobe isn't a choice. It's a mandate, tying you to a role you can't escape. You're not dressing for yourself, but for a system that judges every thread as the maids adjust your veil. One last time you feel less like a person and more like a statue draped in expectations as heavy as the velvet. The banquet's hours away, and your body's already begging for mercy. You take a shallow breath. Thanks, curdle and brace for the next beauty trial. You're teetering in that stone-cold chamber, your velvet gown dragging like a lead weight the Hennon, the wobbling precariously. But now you're tackling a myth that clings like damp wool. Medieval bathing habits. Everyone assumes noble women were filthy, stewing in their own grime. But you're about to scrub that misconception clean. You're standing by a wooden tub, steam rising from water scented with herbs as maids bustle around pouring buckets and eyeing you like you're a tapestry that needs airing out. Bathing's not just about hygiene, it's a status flex, a beauty ritual, and a delicate dance between cleanliness and courtly expectations. The mainstream historical fact is solid records from medieval households like those of Eleanor of Aquitaine show noble women bathed regularly, often in portable tubs with heated water using soaps made from olive oil or ash. Cleanliness was a mark of refinement. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women added wine or milk to their bath water, believing it softened skin or channeled Cleopatra's vibe. Extravagant, but it smelled like a vineyard. Historians still argue whether this was a widespread luxury or a rare flex for the ultra-rich. You ease into the tub, the warm water, a rare comfort against the castle's chill. The soap's harsh, made from lye and animal fat, and it stings your skin, leaving a faint, ashy scent. You scrub with a cloth, focusing on your neck and arms where dirt could betray your noble status. The maids pour in lavender or rosemary sprigs, and the steam smells like a garden. You'll never have time to walk in, you mutter. If I drown in this tub, at least I'll smell divine. It's a half joke. Bathing's a production, and you're the star of a very damp show. But it's not all rosy. Bathing's a privilege, and even noble women don't do it daily. Water's heavy wood for heating is pricey, and servants have better things to do. You might bathe weekly, maybe twice if a big feast is coming between baths. You're wiping down with rose water, soaked cloths, a quick fix that leaves you shivering but clean enough. You've heard peasants whisper that too much bathing weakens the soul, and you roll your eyes thinking, If only they knew how much work this takes. The sensory details are vivid. The water's warmth fades too fast, leaving you goosebumped as the maids scrub your back. The soap's gritty, catching under your nails, and the lavender's scent clashes with the tub's musty wood. Your skin feels raw, especially where that lead-based cirrus clung, and you was remembering its toxic bite. You glance at the tub's murky water, hoping it's doing its job, but doubt creeps in. Will the court notice that faint sweat stain on your gown? Will the visiting lady smirk at your less than rosy glow? The bigger issue is perception. Bathing is a balancing act. Too little, and you're a slob. Too much, and you're vain. Or worse. Tempting fate. With illness. Medieval medicine warns that hot baths open your pores to bad humors, and you've heard of women catching chills after a soak. Still you bathe, because a clean, noble woman is a virtuous one. You're not just washing off dirt. You're washing away any hint of loneliness. It's exhausting and you joke. If cleanliness is next to godliness, I'm halfway to sainthood. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's bath smell so sweet? Because she was basically stewing in a perfume cauldron. But in truth, you're trapped in a cycle of effort. Bathing's a luxury that doubles as a burden, tying you to a beauty standard that's as much about class as cleanliness. You've seen older women skip baths, their skin dull from years of neglect, and you vow to keep up the ritual, even if it means freezing in a tub. As you step out, the cold air bites your damp skin, and the maids wrap you in linen that's more practical than soft. You feel briefly renewed, but the weight of those beauty expectations settles back in heavier than the gown you'll soon wear. The banquet's tonight, and your freshly scrubbed skin better shine under the candle light. You shiver, rose water lingering on your neck, and brace for the next beauty trial. You're shivering on the cold stone floor, still damp from your lavender-scented bath, the rough linen wrapped around you, doing little to fend off the castle's chill. Now you're diving into a new obsession, perfume and scent in the medieval world. A noble woman's fragrance isn't just a nice touch. It's a declaration of purity, wealth, and allure. You're standing by a small table where a maid uncorks a tiny vial of amber liquid, its aroma curling through the air like a spell. Your job is to smell as divine as you look, but in a world without deodorant, that's a taller order than your henna. The mainstream historical fact is clear. Trade records from the 13th century, like those from Venetian merchants, show noble women. Prized, imported scents like rosewater, musk, and frankincense, often costing more than their gowns. A signature fragrance was a status symbol. Here's the quirky tidbit some women tucked. Palmanders, metal balls, stuffed with spices or ambery into their sleeves, believing the scent warded off plague and bad vibes. Historians still argue whether these were effective or just a fragrant placebo for a smelly world. You start with rose water, dabbing it on your neck and wrists with a cloth. It's cool, floral, and faintly sweet, but it fades fast, so you layer on more. The maid hands you a vial of civet musk extracted from some poor animal halfway across the world. It's pungent, almost too sharp, but you blend it with clove oil, creating a scent that's warm and heavy. You mutter, "If I smell like a spice market, at least I'll be unforgettable." It's a half joke. Your fragrance has to linger in a lord's memory long after you leave the room. Then there's the palmander. You slip a silver orb pierced with holes and packed with cinnamon and amber grease into your sleeve. It's heavy, clinking against your arm as you move, and the spicy warmth cuts through the castle's musty air. You've heard it might keep sickness at bay, but you're skeptical still. It's better than nothing. The sensory overload is intense, the rosewater's soft bloom, the musk's animalistic bite, and the pomarander's sharp spice swirl together, making your head spin. You breathe shallowly, hoping it all settles into something enchanting. But since a battlefield, you're masking more than just body odor. There's the faint sweat from your corset, the woolly tang of your gown, even the oniony whiff from last night's feast. You chew a clove for good measure, remembering your breath. Obsession and prey it blends with the musk. You've heard of women doused in so much perfume. They gave the court headaches, and you eyes too much scent. Screams trying too hard. You aimed for balance, but it's like mixing potions without a recipe. The bigger challenge is maintenance. Perfume doesn't last in a world of open fires and sweaty banquets. You're reapplying midday, sneaking dabs of rose water when no one's looking. The maids watch, probably gossiping about your vanity, but you don't care. Smelling bad could cost you a suitor's favor. You joke to yourself. If my scent doesn't charm the Duke, I'll just throw the pomander at him. But the truth is you're exhausted juggling vials and cloths like a perfumer's apprentice. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noblewoman's perfume always steal the show because it had to outshine her entire wardrobe? But in reality, you're trapped in a scented cage. A noblewoman's fragrance isn't just about beauty, it's about signaling virtue and wealth. A whiff of musk says, you're refined. A hint of sweat says, you're common. You're not choosing a scent for fun. You're crafting an identity. The court will judge. The stakes feel higher as you glance at that blurry metal mirror, the vial's aroma clinging to your skin. Will the other ladies whisper that your musk's too bold? Will the bishop call your scent sinful? You push the doubt away, adjusting the pomander in your sleeve. The banquet's tonight, and your fragrance better weave a spell as potent as your painted face or braided hair. You take a deep breath, spicy, floral, and faintly animalistic embrace for the next beauty trialist. You're swaying in that chilly castle chamber, the musk and rosewater clinging to your skin, the pomander clinking in your sleeve. But now you're facing a new fixation, your eyebrows and facial hair in the medieval world. A noble woman's face is a battlefield, and every hair must be tamed to perfection. You're sitting on a stool, wincing as a maid hovers with tweezers, her breath hot on your forehead. Your eyebrows need to be sculpted into high, delicate arches, and any stray facial hair is a scandal, waiting to happen. You're not just grooming, you're carving out a face that screams nobility, one painful pluck at a time. The mainstream historical fact is evident. Medieval portraits like those of 14th century French queens show women with high, thin eyebrows and smooth faces, a look achieved through plucking or even shaving. It was a sign of refinement. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women used walnut oil mixed with quick lime to burn off unwanted hair, a DIY depilatory that could blister skin if... Misapplied historians still argue whether this was a common practice or a risky experiment for the boldest noble women chasing flawlessness. You start with the tweezers, the maid's fingers steady but merciless. Each pluck stings like a wasp, and your eyes water as she shapes your brows into crescent. The ideal is a forehead so high and clear it could double as a canvas, so she's plucking far beyond your natural line. You mutter, if I end up bald, at least I'll look pious. It's a weak joke, the pain's real, and the maid's not slowing down. If your brows are too thick, you'll look like a peasant. too thin, and you're a caricature. It's a tightrope, and you're wobbling. Then there's the facial hair. You're lucky if you've got none. But most women deal with faint fuzz on their upper lip or chin. The maid dabs on a paste of vinegar and ash meant to weaken the hairs. Before plucking it smells like a pickling vat and burns faintly, making you flinch for stubborn patches. She might suggest the quick lime mix, but you've heard horror stories of red peeling skin you stick to. Plucking, gripping the stool as each hair comes out. You've seen women with scars from bad depolitories, and you're not taking that chance. The sensory details are sharp. The tweezers pinch like tiny claws. The vinegar paste stings your nose and your forehead feels raw, like it's been scraped with sand. The air is thick with the castle's damp chill mixed with the faint floral of your rosewater perfume. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, hoping the pain's worth it, but all you see is a red, teary-eyed version of yourself. Doubt creeps in. Will the other ladies notice your slightly uneven brows? Will the visiting lord think your forehead's too bold? You shove the fear down, focusing on the maid's next pluck. The process is relentless. You're not just shaping brows, you're erasing any hint of common features. A smooth, high forehead signals purity and intellect, while stray hairs scream neglect. You've heard whispers of women mocked for mustache, like fuzz. Their marriage prospects ruined over a few strands. The court's eyes are everywhere, and you're not just grooming for beauty, but for survival. You joke to yourself, if my brows don't charm the court, I'll just glare them into submission. But the truth is, you're exhausted, your skin throbbing with every tug. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why were the noble woman's eyebrows always on point because she suffered for every arch? But in reality, you're trapped in a cycle of pain and precision. The ideal face isn't natural. It's constructed, plucked, and polished to fit a mold you didn't choose. You're not vain. You're playing a role where every hair matters. As the maid finishes dusting your forehead with a soothing chamomile wash, you feel the weight of those expectations settle heavier than ever. The banquet's tonight, and your face better be a masterpiece. You take a shaky breath, the vinegar's tang fading and brace for the next beauty trial. You're still in that drafty castle chamber, your forehead stinging from the maid's ruthless plucking. The faint scent of chamomile wash lingering on your skin. Now you're grappling with a heavier burden. The beauty standards tied to childbearing. As a noble woman, your body isn't just judged for its shape or glow. It's a vessel for heirs, and the pressure to look fertile, virtuous, and maternally perfect is relentless. You're standing by a narrow window, the cold air brushing your face as you adjust your gown. Its padded hips a nod to the motherhood you're expected to embody. This isn't just about beauty, it's about dynasty, and the courts watching every curve. The mainstream historical fact is stark. Medieval texts like the 13th century Discram emphasize noble women's role as bearers of legitimate heirs, with physical traits like wide hips and a rosy complexion, seen as signs of fertility. Beauty and motherhood were inseparable. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women drank potions of nettle and Mars milk, believing it boosted fertility and gave their skin a maternal glow. Tasty, hardly effective. Doubtful historians still argue whether these concoctions were widespread or just old wives' tales peddled to desperate brides. You're constantly reminded of your purpose. Your padded hips, those wool, stuffed cushions from earlier, aren't just fashion. They're a signal. You're built for childbearing. You smooth your gown, feeling the itch of wool through your shift, and mutter, if only heirs came with less padding and more comfort. It's a weak joke, but it masks your unease. The court expects you to look fertile without seeming used. A virgin's purity with a mother's promise. It's a paradox, and you're caught in its grip. The pressure starts with your face. A rosy flush, ideally natural but often faked. With vermilion suggests health and fertility. You dab on extra today, remembering how the maids whispered about a rival's salo cheeks. Her marriage prospects dimmed. Your body, scrutinized too thin, and you're barren, too plump, and you're gluttonous. You avoid heavy meals sticking to bread and watered wine, because a bloated waist could spark rumors. You've heard of women shunned for failing to look the part, and the thought makes your stomach twist. Then there's the fertility folklore you're sipping. That nettle milk brew, its bitter tang coating your tongue. Because your mother swears it'll make you glow. It tastes like regret, but you choke it down, hoping it works, or at least quiets her nagging. Some women wear amulets of coral or rabbit bone tucked under their gowns for luck. In conception, you've got one. A small bone charm, and it presses against your chest, a constant reminder of what's at stake. You joke to yourself, if this charm fails, I'll just bribe the midwife. But the truth is, you're terrified of failing to deliver the sensory details. Are vivid, the potion's aftertaste lingers sharp and grassy, while the gown's weight drags at your shoulders. Your skin feels tight from the vermilion, and the charm's rough edge chafes through your shift. The air smells of damp stone and rose water, a faint comfort in the castle's chill. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, hoping your flesh reads fertile and not feverish. But doubt gnaws at you. Will. The other ladies smirk at your padded hips. Will the visiting lord question your promise? You push the fear down, adjusting the charm. The bigger picture is duty. Your beauty isn't for you. It's for the family, the lineage, the alliance sealed by your womb. A noble woman who can't look fertile risks being sidelined, her value reduced to a doughy. You're not vain, you're strategic, painting and patting yourself to meet a standard that's as much about politics as aesthetics. You've seen childless women, their beauty fading in the court's eyes, and you vow to avoid that fate, even if it means choking down potions. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's glow always turn heads? Because she was brewing airs and heartbreak. But in reality, you're exhausted. Your body, a canvas for expectations. You didn't choose as you smooth your gown one last time. The weight of it all pads, potions, and pressure settles heavier than ever. The banquet's is tonight, and your maternal beauty. Better seal the deal. You take a deep breath, the nettle's bitterness lingering, and brace for the next beauty trial. You're still standing in that draughty castle chamber, the bitter aftertaste of nettle potion lingering your padded hips, heavy under your gown. Now you're staring down a new terror. The fear of aging as a noble woman. Youth is your currency, and every wrinkle or gray hair is a threat to your value. In the court's eyes, you're by a flickering candle, its light casting soft shadows on your face as you study your reflection in that blurry metal mirror. The pressure to stay forever young is crushing, and you're fighting time itself with potions, prayers, and a stubborn refusal to let the mirror win. The mainstream historical fact is sobering. Medieval chronicles like those of Christine de Pigeon note that noble women past their prime were often sidelined, their beauty tied to marriage ability, and fertility. Youth was power. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women smeared their faces with raw egg whites, believing it tightened skin and erased wrinkles. Sticky, smelly, but supposedly miraculous historians still argue whether this was a popular remedy or a desperate trick among aging elites clinging to relevance. You start your anti-aging routine with a sigh, knowing the clock's ticking louder than the castle's bell. Your maid hands you a pot of almond oil mixed with honey, which you massage into your cheeks, slick sweet, and leaves your face gleaming. But you hope it smooths those faint lines around your eyes. You've heard of women, using calf's blood or dew collected at dawn. Gross, and you're not that desperate yet? Still, you dab on the honey mix, muttering, "If I look like a pastry, at least I'll be a youthful one." It's a weak joke, but it keeps the dread at bay. Gray hairs are the real enemy. You're plucking them out with tweezers, each sting a reminder of time's betrayal. If there's too many, you're rinsing your braids with a dye of walnut shells and vinegar. Its acrid smell burning your nose. The dye stains your scalp, and you went, remembering how that horse urine rinse for shine wasn't much better. You've seen older noble women, their hair brittle from years of dyes, and you dread joining them. The court doesn't forgive age. Youthful beauty secures alliances, while wrinkles invite pity or scorn. The sensory details are relentless. The almond oil's sticky film clings to your fingers. The dye's fumes make your eyes water, and the mirror's cold metal chills your hand. Your skin feels taut, almost too tight, and the air smells of honey, vinegar, and the castle's damp stone. You lean closer to the candle, searching for new lines, and doubt creeps in. Will the other ladies whisper about your fading glow? Will the young suitor overlook you? For a fresher face, you shove the fear down, rubbing in more oil. The routine's not just about your face. You're wrapping your hands in linen soaked with rose water at night, hoping to keep them soft, and young calluses or age spots scream laborer, and you're not about that life. You've even started sleeping on your back, propped on pillows because someone swore it prevents wrinkles. It's uncomfortable, and you mutter, "If I die of exhaustion, at least my face will look 20, but sleep's a luxury when you're battling time." Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's face defy age? Because she glued it together with egg whites. But in truth, you're trapped in a losing fight. Aging isn't just physical, it's social. Death in a court that worships youth. You've seen women past 30, their beauty dismissed, their influence waning, as younger brides steal the spotlight. You're not vain. You're surviving a system that equates wrinkles with worthlessness. The bigger picture is brutal. Your beauty isn't for you. It's for the court, the family, the alliances that crumble when you fade. Every potion and pluck is a bid to stay relevant, to keep your seat at the high table as you rinse the dye from your hands, the vinegar sting fading. You feel the weight of those expectations, heavier than ever. The banquet's tonight, and your youthful facade better hold you. Take a deep breath, the honey's sweetness lingering, and brace for the next beauty trial. You're still hunched in that dim castle chamber, the sticky residue of almond oil on your cheeks, the faint vinegar tang of hair dye lingering in the air. Now you're wrestling with a deeper conflict, the tug of war between religious piety and the vanity of beauty. As a noble woman, you're expected to glow like a saint while staying humble before God, but the mirror and the altar don't always agree. You're kneeling by a small prayer stool, a rosary in one hand, a pot of vermilion in the other, caught in a moral maze where every choice feels like a sin. The court demands perfection, but the church demands your soul. The mainstream historical fact is clear. Medieval sermons like those of Bernardino of Siena often condemned women's beauty practices as vain, urging modesty over adornment. Piety was a noble woman's ultimate virtue. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some women hid their cosmetics in hollowed-out prayer books, sneaking lip rouge during Mass, like medieval multitaskers. Historians still argue whether this was a clever rebellion or a rare act of defiance against strict clergy. You start your day with a prayer, beads clicking as you murmur Latin phrases, but your mind's on the banquet you've just applied that mercury-based vermilion for rosy cheeks. And now you're wondering if the bishop will notice. The church says vanity is a trap luring you to pride. Yet the court expects you to dazzle, you mutter. If God made my face, why can't I paint it? It's a half joke, but the guilt's real sermons warn that painted women tempt men to sin, and you don't want that on your conscience. The conflict's practical, too. You're avoiding bright colors today, swapping bold vermilion for a subtler ochre tint, hoping it reads natural instead of harlot. Your Henan's veil is longer, more modest, but it still glints with a few pearls. Piety doesn't mean plainness. You've heard of women whipped for excessive adornment, their gowns slashed by zealous priests, and you shudder. The church's rules are vague, leaving you to guess where beauty ends and sin begins. You're walking a tightrope, and the fall could be public humiliation. The sensory details are vivid. The rosary's beads are cool against your fingers. The vermilion's faint chemical whiff clashes with the chamber's damp stone. Your veil's silk brushes your cheek, soft but heavy, and the candle's wax drips, filling the air with a smoky tang. You glance at that blurry metal mirror, your face a compromise between court and clergy. But doubt creeps in. Will the other ladies smirk at your plain look? Will the priest praise your modesty, or preach against your pearls? You push the fear down, clutching the rosary tighter. The tension's not just personal, it's social. A pious appearance could win you favor with the church securing blessings, or a bishop's alliance for your family. But a drab one risks losing the court's respect, dimming your marriage prospects. You've seen women navigate this split. Some lean into austerity, others flaunt their beauty and beg forgiveness. Later you're trying to balance both, but it's exhausting, you joke to yourself. Joke too. If I'm damned for a dab of rouge, at least I'll look good in hell. But the truth is, you're torn, your faith and your face at odds. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's prayers always smell sweet? Because she hid her perfume in the pews. But in reality, you're trapped in a paradox. The church demands humility, but the court demands radiance. And you're serving two masters who rarely agree. You've seen older women embrace piety, their beauty fading into gray veils. And you wonder if that's your future, or if you'll keep painting your face until the end. The bigger picture is control. Your beauty isn't yours. It's a tool for family faith and politics, caught in a web of divine and earthly expectations. As you rise from the prayer stool, the rosary slipping into your sleeve, you feel the weight of that conflict heavier than your gown. The banquet's tonight and your face better. Please, both God and the court. You take a deep breath. The vermilion scent fading and brace for the next beauty trial, you're still in that chilly castle chamber, the rosary's weight lingering in your sleeve, the faint scent of vermilion wearing with the smoky air. Now you're stepping into a new perspective, comparing the beauty standards of noble women to those of peasants, while you're trapped in a web of lead paint and padded hips. The women toiling in the fields face a different kind of scrutiny, one shaped by labor survival and a world that barely notices their faces. You're adjusting your veil, its silk, whispering against your cheek as you glance out. A narrow window at the village below where a peasant woman hauls water, her skin tanned and her hair unbound. The contrast is stark, and it's making you question the gilded cage you're in. The mainstream, historical fact is clear. Medieval estate records like those from 14th century England show peasant women were judged for utility, strong bodies for work and childbirth, while noble women's beauty was a decorative asset for alliances. Class defined the rules. Here's the quirky tidbit some peasant women rubbed their faces with bacon fat to protect against windburn. A practical trick that noble women would have scoffed at, as barbaric historians still argue, whether this was widespread or just a regional oddity born of necessity. You're laced into your corset, its whalebone biting your ribs, while a peasant woman's loose tunic lets her move freely, her only constraint the weight of her workload. Your skin slathered with soothe to stay ghostly pale, but hers is sun brown, marked by labor in the fields. You envy her a little. She doesn't need to poison herself for approval, but her beauty is not free either. She's expected to look robust, her broad shoulders and calloused hands. Proof she can plow fields or birth sons, you mutter. At least her mirror doesn't lie as much as mine. It's a half joke. The peasant's life is brutal, but your beauty rituals feel like a different kind of toil. Your hair is braided into a crown pinned with pearls, while hers is tucked under a simple cap, often lice-ridden from shared bedding. You've got rose water and musk to mask your scent. She's got nothing but soap art. If she's lucky, her sweat mingling with the smell of earth. You've heard noblemen sneer at peasant women's coarse features, but you wonder if they'd survive a day in her shoes. Those wooden clogs caked with mud. Not your wobbly patents. Her beauty is practical, yours ornamental, yet both are judged by men who'll never understand the cost. The sensory contrast hits hard. Your chamber's air is thick with lavender and wax, your gown silk, rustling like leaves. Outside, the village smells of dung straw and baking bread, the peasant's rough wool scratching her skin. Your face stings from plucking and potions. Hers is chapped from wind, maybe soothed with that bacon fat. You glance at that blurry metal mirror. Your painted face, a noble mask, and doubt creeps in. Would you trade your gilded pain for her raw freedom? Will the court even notice the effort you've poured into every detail? You push the thought away, adjusting your veil. The bigger picture is hierarchy. Your beauty is a status symbol crafted to elevate your family. Hers is incidental, valued only if it serves the harvest or hearth. Yet both of you are trapped, your corsets as binding as her endless chores. You've seen peasant women at market, their laughter freer than yours, but their lives shorter, their bodies worn by 30. You're not better off, just differently. Burdened. You joke to yourself, if we swapped places, I'd ruin her plow and she'd faint in my gown. But the truth is, neither of you chose these rules. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the peasant woman skip the noble's beauty routine? Because bacon fat was her only makeup artist. But in reality, you're both pawns in a system that demands perfection. whether it's a flawless face or a fruitful field. As you smooth your gown, the peasant silhouette fades from the window, her world a distant echo. The banquets tonight and your noble beauty better outshine her invisible strength. You take a deep breath, the rose water scent grounding you, and brace for the final beauty trial. You're standing in that drafty castle chamber. The rose waters, faint floral fading on your skin. The peasant woman's silhouette still lingering in your mind. Now you're reflecting on the lasting scars of these medieval beauty standards. Not just the physical marks, but the deeper wounds they've carved into your life and legacy. You're adjusting your gown, its weight, a familiar ache as you prepare for the banquet, the culmination of every painful ritual you've endured. This isn't just about looking perfect tonight. It's about the toll of a lifetime spent chasing an impossible ideal, and the echoes it leaves in the tapestries of history. The mainstream historical fact is sobering medical texts like the Trotula document, the physical damage from beauty practices, with noble women suffering from lead poisoning, hair loss, and skin damage from toxic cosmetics. Beauty was a health risk. Here's the quirky tidbit: some women wore tiny bells in their hair to distract from blemishes, a jingling decoy that turned heads literally. Historians still argue whether this was a clever fashion trick or a desperate bid to mask imperfections. In a cutthroat court, you trace a finger over your cheek, feeling the faint tightness from soothe, knowing each application might shave years off your life. Your scalp's tender from dyes, your ribs bruised from corsets, and your feet ache from those pointed shoes. You've heard of women collapsing at feasts, their bodies broken by the pursuit of perfection, and you wonder how many banquets you have left. You mutter, "If I survive this gown, I deserve a crown, not a hennin." It's a weak joke, but it hides the truth. You're exhausted, your body a map of sacrifices made for beauty's sake. The deeper scars aren't visible. You've spent hours, years perfecting your face, your scent, your smile, all to secure a marriage, an alliance, or a fleeting compliment. But the court's approval is a fickle lover, and the church's warnings still echo, calling your efforts vain. You've seen older, noble women, their beauty faded, their influence waning, relegated to chaperones or nuns. Their eyes carry the same weight you feel now, a mix of defiance and defeat. You're not just fighting wrinkles, you're fighting oblivion, and the battle's left you hollow. The sensory details are heavy, the gown's fur trim tickles your neck. The bells in your hair jingle softly, and the air smells of wax and musk, thick with the chambers. Chill your skin's raw from scrubbing your breath, shallow from the corset, and that blurry metal mirror shows a face you barely recognize. Polished, but not yours. Doubt creeps in. Will the court remember you for your glow or your lineage? Will history record your pain or just your portrait? You push the thought away, adjusting the bells, their chime, a fragile shield. The legacy of this beauty, obsession stretches beyond you. You're shaping the next generation, teaching your daughters to pluck paint and pad, passing down the same rituals that scar you. You've seen young girls mimic your vermilion blush, their hands trembling with tweezers, and it stings your pain. Is there inheritance? You joke to yourself. If beauty is a curse, I'm the witch who casts it. But the truth is, you're trapped in a cycle that's bigger than you, one that binds noble women across centuries. Here's a light joke to keep you drifting. Why did the noble woman's beauty linger forever? Because her bells kept ringing in history's ears. But in reality, the cost is steep. Your body, your time, your spirit. They've all been spent on an ideal that's as fleeting as candlelight. The banquet's tonight and you'll dazzle. But at what price? As you step toward the door, the bells chiming softly, you feel the weight of every choice, every scar settling like dust on your soul. The air grows softer now, the castle's chill fading as you imagine the banquet hall, its torches dimming. You're gliding through the crowd, your gown, a whisper, your bells, a gentle song. The court's eyes are on you, but they're blurring their voices, softening into a hum. You're not just a noble woman anymore. You're a story woven into the tapestry of time. Your struggles, a quiet thread in the fabric of history. Let the weight of the corset slip away, the sting of vermilion dissolve. The mirror's blur becomes a dream, its edges gentle, warm. You're safe here in this moment, where beauty is just a sigh, not a sentence. Close your eyes. Let the bells fade and drift into the night's embrace, where no one judges your face or your fate.